Wake up and bake up this year, jump out the crib, stack up my C-note this year, killing my ego this year, all for the people this year, only believe in the real, I do believe in no fear, and I got gang in this bitch, I never switch on the tribe, I keep it all the way real, I'm in control of my feels, you see my highlights and study my real, yeah. I'm showing more love this year, running more plays, finna scale up my business this year, the world in my palm, I'm a star, I deliver my cadence, I'm serving up chills to my peers, bringing the bread for the fam. Everything good on the side, everything coming together. New whip, no leash, no key in it, they heat it. California on the plate, I'm out here playing for keeping. I pull up, she leaking, she want me for the weekend. My foot on the gas with the brakes, hate me or love me, you see me. Flex, yes, I got my foot on their neck. I'm out with a squad to the death, young nigga get to the checks. Flex, yes, got nothing to lose and something to prove. Young nigga come from the trench. Cuban links on my neck, tanking. Freeze, smoking on dope, that diesel. Freeze, running till I miss my season. Lay back, geeking, smoking on dope, that diesel. Young nigga gone off the deep end, running till I miss my season. I keep a stack of them blessings, I'm ballin', I'm play callin'. They chain on me matching my smile, you know that I stay saucing. Wrist flooded, she drowning. We good on this side, everything coming together. New whip, no leash, no key in it, they heat it. California on the plates, I'm out here playing for keeping. I pull up, she leaking, she want me for the weekend. My foot on the gas with the brakes, hate me or love me, you see me. Flex, yes, I got my foot on their neck. I'm out with a squad to the death. Young nigga get to the checks. Flex, yes, got nothing to lose and something to prove. Young nigga come from the trench. Cuban links on my neck, tanking. Freeze, smoking on dope, that diesel. Freeze, running till I miss my season. Lay back, geeking, smoking on dope, that diesel. Young nigga gone off the deep end, running till I miss my season.
Once we understand that it is through our five senses that these imprints are being made on our subconscious mind, we can then consciously begin to utilize our five senses to imprint something different.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody that's in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face, and I'll try to fix it. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody that's in the building early, all right? Shout out to my man, Terrence Jackson. What's good with it, bro? We got Michael R. in the building. Shout out to you. We got my man, David Brown, up in here. Good to see you, bro. Shout out to Volvo. What's good with it, Volvo? And we got DeAndre being a like enforcer early. Absolutely. Make sure that you guys follow the rules. Make sure you do what DeAndre is saying. Hit that like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Also consider becoming a channel member. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you know what we got to do. The first thing that we got to do, shout out to my man, Win, Lose, or Rug. What's good with it, bro? How many people noticed that? Shout out to my man, Carlton. Wait, Carlton came just in time for me to say this. We starting to stream off code. How many people noticed that when it came to the Trump rally, literally nobody was minding their black business? Literally nobody was minding their black business. Did you guys, how many people noticed that? If y'all noticed that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, then give me a thumbs down. This ain't got nothing to do with us. People wasn't streaming like it. People wasn't streaming like it. Man, people was not streaming like it. Man, people that don't even talk about politics was talking about Trump. It's people streaming now that just got Trump and shot in the title, and they talking about something else. And a lot of them, they just like, they just like, you know what I'm saying? What be happening, man? What be happening? Oh, man. What be happening? Facts. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. We were all in white business today. We stay in white business over here. We stay in it because we're trying to take some, right? But everybody else that don't, man, they was all up in it. Hey, I'm not mad. I'm not knocking it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I don't understand why say one thing and then do another. The Trump attempt grift is heavy right now, bro. It's heavy. It's heavy. And nobody is minding their black business. Here's the reality. In most cases, a lot of times it be stuff that's going on that's quote unquote technically not black business, and somehow somebody will somehow try to make it black business. You know what I'm saying? You guys notice that. We got to name another grift. It's called the black business grift. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna show you guys the white business grift. This is what the white business grift looked like. Elon Musk endorses Trump after shooting at the rally. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I saw video game channels talking about Trump today. Man. And look, they probably had better live stream numbers and better viewership than the political channels. You know what I'm saying? Or the so-called political channels, you know? This is what white business look like, though. Musk is about to mind his white business. Musk endorses Trump after shooting at the rally. I ain't see it all like that. I ain't know Trump was all bloody like that. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk endorsed. Now, shout out to everybody that didn't go. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tia. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to everybody that didn't go to the rally. Shout out to everybody that didn't, you know what I'm saying, that wasn't in the area of where people were shooting at. Trump is another one that we got to add to the list of somebody who just barely survived the suburbs. Shout out to Terrence Jackson. Terrence said black Native American channels were on the Trump earshot. Bro, they was on it. They quote unquote an earshot away from affluency. Right, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Shout out to DeAndre. Musk is wild. It took for him to get shot for him to endorse him. The grift is real. Facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Trouble is in the suburbs. How many people think that the suburbs are overpriced? If you guys think that the suburbs are overpriced, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. Yo, Mark Dice did the video about Trump doing the rally in the ghetto. You guys remember that? He was talking crazy about the Bronx. How many people remember white culture warrior Mark Dice talking crazy about the Bronx? Y'all remember that? If y'all remember that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. I'll tell you what didn't happen in the Bronx. Bullets didn't graze Trump's ears in the Bronx. I wonder if we'll get a video about that. I wonder if Candace Owens, Officer Tatum, and all them, I wonder if we get a video about that. All they was doing was going live talking about, you got to choose, you got to pick a side. You got to choose, you got to pick a side. Oh, man. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I'm sure SNL will make fun of Trump on their next show. You know they will. They got to get that griff. They got to get the griff. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Torian. Yeah, that's facts. Nothing popped off at the rally for reparations. Facts. Nothing popped off at the rally for reparations either. You think they'll talk about that? Anybody know what the name of the city was that this rally took place in? If it's anybody that knows the name of the city that the rally took place in, let us know what the city is. And then once we get the city, let's get the demographics on the city, and let's push that question on some conservatives. You know what I'm saying? What's up with y'all crime rate and violence? Where was the cops at? They didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? No coordination between the Secret Service and the FBI. Butler County, PA. I'm not too sure. Where is Butler County? Eastern Pennsylvania or Western Pennsylvania? Look, facts. Bro, they have felonious rappers. They had felonious rappers right on the stage with Trump, and nothing happened in the Bronx. And white people was outraged that they went to the Bronx. And black people still think, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And then there's the undercover black Trump supporters. You know what I'm saying? They are the same, though. They are the same. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Elon Musk endorsed former President Trump minutes after Trump was ushered off stage by Secret Service agents at a rally in Pennsylvania following apparent gunshots. All right. Musk's tweet endorsing Trump came the day after Bloomberg reported that he had donated to a pro-Trump super PAC, political action group. All right. How much did Elon Musk donate to Trump? Oh, so it's in Western Pennsylvania, about 50 miles from Pittsburgh. There you go. Shout out to DeAndre. Y'all see the demographics? Look at the demographics of Butler County, PA. Trump was safer in the Bronx. I keep telling people, man, listen. Listen. I fully endorse President Trump, and I hope for his rapid recovery, Musk wrote on X, sharing a video of Trump getting to his feet after the incident with a bloodied ear and pumping his fist to the crowd. He was doing that Black Power fist. You know what I'm saying? Trump campaign and the Secret Service have both confirmed that Trump is safe. All right. So yeah, so I think that this might actually be it. Yeah, this is it for the most part. So Musk is about to give Trump some money. So Trump nearly getting deleted. You know what I'm saying? Trump being involved in Pookieism got him a nice check from Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? That value chain is different over there. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree that value chain is different over there, give me a thumbs up. So we're going to take a look at this, right? Butler County is definitely the suburbs. Right. Exactly. Shout out to Torian. He did the Black Power fist, but they claim that we have no culture. White people be saying we don't have any culture either. It's not just, you know what I'm saying, the other black people. White people be saying that too. Matter of fact, that's where a lot of them other black people got that from. Because I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is. But for some reason, there's a lot of people that think that it's a flex to use white supremacist talking points towards each other. I don't understand that. Low IQ, grew up in a single household. You probably commit crimes. I mean, like, I don't understand. Like, do people think that when they use white supremacist talking points against each other, it helps them to transcend their status somehow? And my question is, where do people learn the habit of watching black people use white supremacist talking points towards other black people? And it's always a lot of, you know, who be doing it. That's why it's a thin line there. Shout out to Deneen. That's why it's a thin line there. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Torian. Whatever stereotype they project onto us is a reflection of them. It literally really is. Literally really is. You know what I'm saying? That's a actual fact that can be proven. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Trump finna say I'm a felon and I got shot. I know I'm good for a black vote now, ain't I? Facts, bro. I said in the last stream, Trump finna say black people are getting shot in Democrat neighborhoods. The Democrats are shooting people. I got shot by Democrats. Bro, he finna say it. He's about to repeat it because Trump do the repeat 3 times like Umar. Nobody ever says anything about it, but Trump does the repeat 3 times like Umar. You know what I'm saying? So Trump is going to do the Umar repeat 3 times and say it and then relate it to black people as soon as they get the script together. Yeah, they can't say that it happened in Chicago. Chicago's safe. Right. Now the thing that's interesting about this is if there's a lot of Kyle Rittenhouse issues with this particular situation here that people aren't talking about. One of the people that was involved with the shooting looked like Tim Pool. We got the pictures in the Discord. That's exactly what he about to say, bro. I got shot like your civil rights leader, Tupac, and NAGA. You know what I'm saying? NAGA, bro. NAGA is gonna go wild. They're gonna go wild with the ignorance. They're gonna substantiate it and everything. They're gonna come talking about bills that Tupac signed, and you know what I'm saying, like 50 Cent. It was one of the great abolitionists, and he was working with Sojourner Truth. It's about to go crazy. It makes sense, as wild as people will go for $1. It literally makes sense why history is so crazy scrambled that we need historians like Dane Calloway to straighten things out for us. Because of what people are willing to do, what people are willing to do for money. That's the reason why we need historians like Dane Calloway to get things straightened out for us, because of what people are willing to misconstrue for the money. The bag culture. They trying to solidify facts. Shout out, he's gonna be on Mount Rushmore. By the time it's all said and done, he might not even win the election, but he's still going to be on Mount Rushmore. And then after a couple years of him being on Mount Rushmore, all the faces going to merge together just into Trump, and it's going to be Mount Trumpmore. And then no one else is going to be allowed to talk about any of the presidents that's on Mount Rushmore. If you speak of George Washington or Abraham Lincoln, you know what I'm saying, you'll have a military tribunal. And be sitting in cell block 2025. Be careful. You know what I'm saying? Be careful. They say America about to change. They say America about to change. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I ain't really seen it change, but that's what they say. If you watch the news is how you thinking America about to change. So we'll see. Oh, man. So here it says Trump shot in the ear at rally, assassination attempt. Now, this was wild. You know what I'm saying? Former U.S. President Donald Trump was rushed off stage after gunshots erupted at a rally in Pennsylvania. It wasn't in Philadelphia, wasn't in Pittsburgh, wasn't in Allentown. I don't really know any other like majority black areas in Pennsylvania, but it wasn't in none of them places. Footage, and I want you guys to pay very close attention, because there was a lot of people on social media sitting up there talking about they shot Trump. Anytime they say they, you know who they're trying to imply. But guess what? They didn't shoot Trump. They shot Trump. Them folks over there. Shout out to my man Tarek, being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw them like enforcers in the chat for Tarek. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Yeah, he got shit. Yeah, risky white jobs, bro. Risky white jobs. It's definitely a very risky white job living in the suburbs and growing up in a nuclear family. If you survive that, shout out to you. Shout out to you, man. I like to see the people survive. I like to see the people survive. You know what I'm saying? That's why we shed attention, you know what I'm saying, to these issues. Because it's an underserved demographic, if you ask me. Would you guys agree? It's an underserved demographic. So we gotta serve that demographic. We gotta serve them that crack. We gotta serve them that crack. We can't let the safe injection clinics take all the business. We can't let the safe injection clinics take all the business. Shout out to the lovely Sherry. Yo, that'd be wild. Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, what if Trump faked himself being shot? Let me find out Trump pulled off of Hassan Campbell. Yo, that's wild. I only think that only Hassan Campbell could do that. Only Hassan, because the TV actually turned off and people noticed that glitch, and that's how Hassan Campbell got that's how he got revealed. I don't think that the TV had turned off when that happened to Trump. You know what I'm saying? I think that the Secret Service jumped on him like a football game. You know what I'm saying? So now here says footage showed him grimace and raise his hand to his right ear before ducking as several sharp cracks, a series of shots broke out. He was quickly swarmed by U.S. Secret Service agents and dragged off stage to a waiting vehicle. He raised a fist and was bundled into the car. Yeah, if anybody's ever heard the phrase, quote unquote, whisked away, he literally got whisked away live on TV. It was wild. In a post to his Truth Social network, Trump said a bullet pierced the upper part of his right ear. Earlier, his spokesperson said he was receiving treatment at a local medical center. I knew immediately that something was wrong, and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through my skin, Trump wrote. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. Blood was clearly visible on Trump's ear and face. Yeah, he was bloody. He was bloody. They definitely got the picture on that last article. They showed it. He was bloody and face as protection officers rushed him away. The suspect was shot dead at the scene by U.S. Secret Service officers. The agency's spokesperson, Anthony Guglielmi, said. He added that one bystander was deleted in the shooting and that two others were critically injured. So I'm not sure if this is true or not. I haven't confirmed it through looking at articles and stuff like that. But from what I understand, it was a woman who got deleted during all of this. Did anybody hear that? Yeah. Shout out to shout out to Michael R. Trump was raising that Black Power fist. Facts. Now NAGA won't say that, right? But we got the footage. We got the footage. Shout out to Carlton. I think it's an article out there from an actual mainstream media source that kind of shows a freeze frame with the bullet, like going close to Trump's head, which is crazy. Like, that's crazy, right? That's wild. These people going crazy. They wanted they are more upset that it's not a black person than they are that it actually took place. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. Man, they really wanted to substantiate that Chad logic with that. Well, because the left is a dog whistle for black people. It'll be a bloodless revolution if the left lets it. They were praying that it was some ninjas. And it wasn't. Because I'm going to tell you something. Ninjas are not going to go to an all-white area to try to take out Trump. No, literally, ninjas will not do that. Ninjas that hang around with a bunch of people like that might drive the car there, and some mixed people might do it. But some actual ninjas are not going to do that. Actual ninjas might be in an area like that if they got some white friends, or if they in one of those type of families that believes that if they go to a McDonald's in an 86% white area, somehow the fries will taste better. Because there are people out there like that, the unspoken people. You know what I'm saying? But in most cases, if you hear something wild like this, being all on the rooftop, ain't nobody about to be on the rooftop doing all that extra. No one's doing that. The only time a ninja would do something like that, when they get caught, you're going to see they was in the military and they had some post-traumatic stress disorder for the most part. But ain't nobody in their sane mind about this. Don't nobody even care. How many ninjas even knew that Trump was having a rally today? I didn't. But they wanted so badly. They wanted so badly to say they've started the war. They've started the war, implying that it was black people. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? Didn't happen. Shout out to Kevin Smith and shout out to the lovely Sherry. Yeah, shout out to Dr. Wild. Roof Ninja. That's what they wanted. They wanted a ninja on the rooftop. They wanted it to be old boy from what's the name of that video game? Assassin's Creed. That's what they wanted up there. Some of these gaming goofballs actually thought that it would be that ninja from Assassin's Creed. And it wasn't. Shout out to Deneen. Deneen said, my mind never went to a black person. No, mine didn't either. Theirs did, though. I guarantee theirs did. Man, listen, my ears, sometimes after you have C19, it causes an autoimmune disease. You know what I'm saying? Flare up, right? And I got one of those autoimmune disease flare ups after C19, right? And it's been going on for a while, and it's one of them autoimmune disease flare ups that's causing this autoimmune attack on my inner ear, right? Autoimmune attack on my inner ear. But what's interesting about it is that I've always had really good hearing. And since this autoimmune attack on my ears, I can really hear good now. Man, I heard all the dog whistles. I heard all the dog whistles. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dr. Wild. Dr. Wild said there's only 25 afros in rural PA. This is the alphabet group. Yeah, facts. Bro, I used to stay out. I know all about that. I used to stay out in Youngstown. You know what I'm saying? My man King Breeze in the building. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to the 313. Yo, if y'all not subscribed to Torian or King Breeze, make sure y'all go check their channels out, man. Get my man King Breeze to 1K. You know what I'm saying? Get my man King Breeze to 1K. Yeah, but man, we not doing that. Ain't nobody doing that. But that's what they wanted, which is crazy. That it's just wild. Now, let me ask y'all this, right? You got the Kyle Rittenhouse thing that was W on W crime. You got this that was W on W crime. They tried to take out, you know what I'm saying, the other founding father, which is Trump, right? They tried to take him out. Now, is anybody gonna make any videos talking about, oh, it's a shame the way that we do each other? You know what I'm saying? We're the only group of people that does this. White people are the only group of people that do white on white crime. But there's not going to be any shaming videos as if this doesn't happen. How many times did Barack Obama get shot at when he went to black areas? You know what I'm saying? Now here goes my question. Why do people do all the shaming videos? Look, like I said, nobody's minding their black business today. All of the people that aren't minding their black business, they not calling this Europe-stan. You know what I'm saying? They're not calling it Europe-stan. They're not talking about the white community, which this is actually the white community. They're not talking about Trump hanging around with Pookies, because Trump hangs around with a lot of Pookies, pardoned a lot of Pookies. Nobody's saying any of that. Trump got a lot of folks that's in got a lot of folks that's in jail. No one's saying anything about any of that. And the climate and the global climate decreases. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said when they do W on W crime, entire civilizations are destroyed. Entire civilizations are destroyed. And then somehow you get places that are below the equators, but somehow Europeans were the ones that created everything there. Cough, pyramids, cough. DR Wild said Obama dropped an opinion on the dot oval drama and he's safe in any hood. Shout out to Terrence. Terrence said, I need to see the demographic breakdown on presidential assassinations and assassination attempts. Yo, let's do that real quick. Let's run them numbers. What's the demographic breakdown on presidential assassinations and assassination attempts? And then the very same people who make up the majority of those demographics will sit there and say, it's just ridiculous to say that our group is a threat to national security. It's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It's just ridiculous. There's no empirical evidence. There's a ton of empirical evidence. There's a ton of empirical evidence. Who committed 100%? Who committed 100%? Let's use statistics because everybody likes statistics. Who committed 100% of attempted presidential or political assassinations? 100%. 77% of the population committed 100% of the attempts, and bad at the attempts too. Actually, they're not bad at them. Actually, they be getting people. They got Abraham Lincoln up out the paint. JFK got him up out the paint. Actually, they actually are. This is the first one that they missed, I think. So they what? 66%. 2 out of 3. Does anybody say anything about that? Do you guys think that anybody that talked about this said anything about that? How come nobody got shamed? Reagan. Oh, okay. So Reagan survived. So that would take it down to 50. 2 out of 4. 2 out of 4, 50% success rate. 100% have been the same demographic. Bush got them shoes thrown at him. Bush saved himself. I'm not mad at that Bush stuff. I was actually impressed by Bush. He ducked that and then laughed and then ducked the other one. I'm not mad at that. I don't know if anybody else could move like that. I don't even really like George Bush all like that, but I when I see performances like that, you got to give it up. He clean ducked that shoe. I don't know if I would have been able to duck that shoe. That bad boy might have hit me right in my face. That bad boy would have hit me right in my face, and the dust would have came all out the sole. Bro, George W.'s head movement was wild. When people show improve, the least you can do is be like, yeah, they did that. George W. did that all them years of playing horseshoe. All them years of cornhole and horseshoe paid off. So officials later revealed that all 3 victims were male. Oh, okay. So I guess all of the people that ended up not surviving this situation were all male. So that was incorrect information about a woman that ended up passing. Maybe it was a woman that got shot and survived. I'm not sure. Law enforcement sources told the BBC's U.S. partner CBS News that the male attacker had been armed with a rifle and had fired from an elevated structure a few hundred meters away outside the venue. How do these people be getting roof access? How do they be getting on the roof? How do they get on the roof? How do they do it? Shout out to Janesta, man. Yo, make sure y'all show Janesta some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Janesta for standing on business for 22 months. Definitely appreciate it.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Yeah, shout out to Tia. He ducked shoes and questions and accountability. George Bush is a ducking all-star. George Bush should have multiple gold medals in ducking competitions because he successfully ducked a lot of stuff. He ducked international tribunals, ducked accountability, ducked questions, and successfully ducked 2 consecutive shoes. You know what I'm saying? How did he do it? Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to the lovely Sherry. The lovely Sherry said, yes, a woman was shot. Okay, yeah, that's what I heard. Man, that's wild, man. We got, that's wild. FBI agents who are leading the investigation told reporters in Butler that they had tentatively identified the dead gunman, but were yet to establish a motive. Now, I'm not sure. This is just what I heard through hearsay, but from what I heard, the shooter was allegedly an Antifa member. Did anybody hear that? If y'all heard that the shooter was allegedly an Antifa member, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear that the shooter was allegedly an Antifa member, then give me a thumbs down. That's what I heard. I heard that he was an Antifa member. No, I don't remember that, bro. That shout out to Michael R. Do y'all remember that? Michael R. said, Rob, do you remember when they let a shooter run in the White House when Obama was president? I'm not surprised that they did that, but I don't remember that. That's wild. He do look like a Reddit incel. But again, like I've said before, like it's not a lot of difference between MAGA and Antifa. They both radical and they both violent. And neither of them like black neither of them like black people. It's just a constant as far as that goes with anything. That shouldn't even need to be said, but you know, just to make sure that it's clarified so people don't get the wrong idea and try to apply for membership like old boy from the Proud Boys. You know what I'm saying? But I heard that he's a Antifa member though. And I think he looked like Tim Pool. They said that he had made a YouTube video right before this happened. I tried to find the YouTube video, but they probably got rid of it. He had a Tim Pool beanie on his head. So now here it says Special Agent Kevin Rojic confirmed the agency was treating the shooting as an assassination attempt. I mean, they should. Now, do you guys remember I was streaming earlier when I tried to find information about this because I had heard about it right when it happened? And you know what's wild? At the time when it had happened, and you can go back and watch that old live stream, I couldn't find, there was no information published about it yet. It was all just going around with social media posts and stuff like that on Twitter. And I don't really like to use social media posts. I like to use a verified news source and then add social media posts to it. But I couldn't find any actual news. So the news was actually like actively like not really trying to talk about this, which was wild. And it wasn't really showing up in Google. It wasn't showing up on YouTube either. So now here it says he added that the suspect was not carrying ID and that investigators were using DNA in an attempt to formally identify him. The Republican candidate for president had just started addressing his supporters in Butler, Pennsylvania, a crucial swing state in November's election when the shots started. All right. Multiple bangs rang out as Trump spoke about his successor, President Joe Biden, and his administration. Now, let me ask you guys this question. As we watch content about this, how many times do you think you're going to watch some white people and they're going to say, we just can't get together without any type of violence happening, despite the fact that we got evidence of them getting together and all kinds of violence happening? Shout out to Blue Electric. What's good with it, bro? How many black people going to say that? You just can't go to a Trump rally without worried about something happening. Now, if something happened at a club or if something happened in the hood, oh my goodness, man, you wouldn't hear the end of it. We just can't get together without us shooting and causing some type of violence. When people get together at work or at functions and live in houses together literally every day without something happening. Shout out to Janesta for putting Mr. Breeze YouTube channel in the chat. Get Mr. Breeze to 1,000. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I guess this incident will make people move on from Diddy. Candace Owens will have a stream up tomorrow and say that Diddy was the one that set it all up. Because, you know, Candace Owens is just allowed to make stuff up. She's just allowed to make stuff up. They say that we all make stuff up, but Candace Owens for sure is allowed to make stuff up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dr. Wild. Dr. Wild said, I'm concerned this is bigger, especially with the lax reaction from Secret Service. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? From what I understand, they've been trying to take away the Secret Service from Trump. So that's kind of interesting. It might be some weird stuff going on behind that. Maybe some information to come out about it. Maybe it won't. But yeah, I'm interested to see how that goes too. So now here it says several supporters holding play cards and standing behind him ducked as the shots were heard. Bystanders who spoke to the BBC suggested that the gunshots may have come from one-story building to the right of the stage where Trump was speaking. Now, I got a question. Wasn't it a whole bunch of Second Amendment right holders at the Trump rally? If there was let's make sure that we get this this established. If you guys believe that there was a lot of 2A supporters at the Trump rally, give me a thumbs up. If there were not 2A supporters at the Trump rally, then give me a thumbs down. My question is, how come one of them 2A supporters at the rally didn't protect Trump? If they believe that somebody is coming to take over America, you know what I'm saying? Somebody clearly was right there, tried to assassinate their boy. All those tough people that talk all that talk, like what's that dude name? Heavy Duty Country and all them that walk around with the sleeveless shirts and the cowboy hats and Adam Calhoun and all them cats. Why didn't they pop them? Why didn't they take them out? What about all the dudes from the horror movies that somehow are goofy and magically survive everybody else? Why didn't they take them out? How come they didn't click that? How come they didn't click that? How come they didn't have the crossbows ready? Carlton, shout out to Carlton. Wait, Carlton said, I think KG asked the same thing in his live stream. Shout out to KG. That's a valid question. He should have asked that. Yeah, shout out to Iron Will. What's good with it, bro? Where was the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers at to protect? Where was Kyle Rittenhouse at? He should have came down there and took the shooter on the roof out. I'm just saying. I'm just curious. Marjorie Taylor Greene, whole family locked and loaded. How come they ain't protect? All them guns that they be posting, all them families with the guns. Lauren Boebert got the guns by the Christmas tree and all that. That family is non-existent anymore. But you know what I'm saying? The guns by the Christmas tree and all that. None of them people came out and did anything. I just think that is interesting. And that's what they be beating their chest about. Charlie Kirk didn't come out and say, you all need to stop trying to harm Trump now. Charlie Kirk didn't come out being a male Karen. None of that happened. Now, you know what's crazy? Nothing happened, right? Nothing happened. How come Ryan Garcia didn't make a tweet talking about, and nothing happened? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we gotta ask. We gotta ask. One witness, Greg, told the BBC that he had spotted a suspicious-looking person bear crawling on the roof of the building about 5 minutes after Trump took to the stage. He pointed the person out to the police. Now, now that's not suspicious to the police? He saw somebody bear crawling on the roof, bro. Why you bear crawling? Matter of fact, why you even tell the police? Why didn't you take him out? He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle, he said. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle, and the police did not know what was going on. So it sounds like the police got Joe Biden problems. It sounds like they're not very competent. Something I've been saying for a very long time. And I mean, I'm just curious about all this. What happened with the organization? What happened with the response? Shout out to So It's Muscle Pain. Make sure y'all throw some liking forces in the chat for So It's Muscle Pain. Definitely appreciate it. Somebody make it make sense. Where are the answers to this stuff at? So now it says Tim, who was also at the rally, told BBC that he heard a barrage of shots. There was a spray, which we initially thought was a fire hose, which has anybody ever, what? Okay. And then the speaker on the right hand started coming down, he said. Something must have hit the hydraulic lines, which caused it to fall. We saw President Trump go to the ground, and everyone started dropping to the ground because it was chaos. Trump needs to start doing Zoom rallies. Warren and Debbie were at the venue, and they told BBC that they heard at least 4 gunshots. They said they both got on the ground as Secret Service agents came through the crowd, shouting for the attendees to get down. People remained calm, they said. We couldn't believe it was happening, Warren said. Debbie said there was a little girl beside them that was crying that she didn't want to die, saying, how is this happening to us? What do you think that means? How is this happening to us? Well, because you all have a lot of guns and you all shoot each other and people just don't talk about it. So since you're not privy to what you do, then you get taken by surprise. That's how that happens to you. You know what I'm saying? So I want people to pay very close attention. They let somebody bear crawl around out there and didn't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? They let somebody bear crawl around out there and didn't do anything about it. That broke my heart, Debbie said. Republican Congressman Ronnie Jackson told BBC that his nephew was injured in the shooting. He sustained a minor wound to his neck and was treated at the scene, Mr. Jackson said in a statement. Speaking from his home state of Delaware, President Biden deplored the attack, calling it sick. There's no place for it in America for this kind of violence, he said. Everyone must condemn it. What do you guys think about that? There's no place in America for this kind of violence. America is literally the global headquarters for violence. How many people would agree that America is literally the global headquarters for violence? We have the largest incarceration rate and we have the largest violent crime rate, but there's no place in America for this kind of violence. I think that some people would actually go as far as to argue and say that this kind of violence is indicative of American culture. It definitely helped to establish America. Where did cowboy culture come from? Cowboys and Indians. Cowboys and Indians is literally a dressed up way to soften genocide. Cowboys and Indians is literally Western expansion, and we're gonna make movies and entertainment out of just going around deleting people and taking over their land. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna water it down and represent it to everybody as some fun, cool genre of TV shows and movies. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. The White House later said President Biden has spoken with Trump before returning to Washington, D.C. Trump remains locked in a tight contest with President Biden, the presumptive Democratic nominee, in a rematch of the 2020 election. Politicians of both parties joined Mr. Biden in condemning the apparent attack. I don't think that they condemn the apparent attack. I don't think they condemn it. I think it's kind of fake outrage. If you guys think that it's fake outrage, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree and don't think that it's fake outrage, give me a thumbs down. I'm thinking that it's fake outrage. I'm thinking that it's fake outrage. The Democrats have been attacking Trump in a certain fashion. And so they're going to act like they're outraged that, you know, the shooters attacked Trump in a different kind of fashion. Like, it's fake outrage. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree that that's true. I don't believe that they're telling the truth there. I think that's nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Former President Barack Obama said there is absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy, and that he was relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt. I don't believe that. These people would be more believable if they actually just were real with it. You know what I'm saying? Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence said he and his wife were praying for his former ally, adding that he urged every American to join us. These people are so phony. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said in a statement, "My thoughts and prayers are with former President Trump. I'm thankful for the decisive law enforcement response. America is a democracy. Political violence of any kind is never acceptable." If America is democracy, then why are the Democrats using the Department of Justice to try to interfere with the election? This election that hasn't happened yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, can we ask that? Is that question allowed? Shout out to AW1. The Democrats don't think that they can beat Trump fair and square, so they're using the Department of Justice to try to remove Trump from the election because they don't have competence, because they know that they don't have confidence because they know that they're incompetent. But then they're gonna sit up there and talk about how the country is a democracy, like when they're actually using Vladimir Putin tactics. Like they sit there and talk about how Trump is friends with Vladimir Putin, but they're actually trying to put their political opposition in jail. This is actually what's going on in real time. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer led international condemnation of the shooting, saying he was appalled by the shocking scenes at Trump's rally. Now, at first on the internet, I don't know if anybody was Googling any of this stuff to try to find any information, but they weren't even reporting that he had got shot. They was just saying that it was gunshots at the rally. Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with you, bro? Yeah, and shout out to DJ Elmo facts. DJ Elmo says Obama's phony. Same dude who called FBA Baltimore residents thugs when they protested against the deletion of a black man by Baltimore cops. Facts. And he also called black men pookies and ray-rays. Obama did. Obama sit up there and talk about black people like how Abba and Preach sit up there and talk about black people. I wonder why. I wonder why. Obama, Abba and Preach, and Fresh and Fit secretly agree about how they feel about black Americans behind closed doors. You know what I'm saying? I wonder why. I wonder why. You got a liberal shill, right? Obama. You got some YouTubers, reaction video, algorithm writers, right? And then you got wannabe far-right people, Myron and Fresh. And behind closed doors, they all agree about how they feel about black Americans. Now, here goes. Now, why is that? we got to break that down for a minute. Why is that? So he said that political violence in any form has no place in our societies, and my thoughts are with all the victims of this attack, he said in a statement. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida called on people to oppose violence that, quote unquote, challenges democracy. And Canadian leader Justin Trudeau said he was sickened by the shooting at former President Trump. Trump was set to accept his party's nomination for president at the convention in Milwaukee on Monday. Some had speculated that he had been set to reveal his running mate at the Butler rally. Some Republicans were quick to blame President Biden over the shooting, accusing him of stoking fears about Trump's political return to office. Senator J.D. Vance, who is thought to be on the short list to become Trump's vice presidential candidate, said the rhetoric from Biden's campaign had led directly to this incident. Mike Collins, a Republican congressman, accused the president of inciting an assassination. Well, an assassination would actually have had to take place for there to be inciting of an assassination. It would, if they wanted to go that route, it would be the assassination attempt, right? Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? Right? But again, you know, the expectation is only on us to speak proper English, not on the English people and English descendants themselves. Meanwhile, James Comer, the chair of the powerful House Oversight Committee, said he would summon the director of the Secret Service before his panel. So they did a little bit of a press conference. I think that the press conference is over now, but we're going to watch a couple clips from it. You know what I'm saying? Because these people in the suburbs not really making good looks for the suburban people. Shout out to NY State of Mind. What's good with it, bro? And now I gotta ask y'all, how many people in here would actually go live in the suburbs where you could just be chilling, you know what I'm saying, and then some bullets go whizzing past your ear? Not a place I want to live at. Not a place I want to live at. You know what I'm saying?
This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification.
Now, why not? Why are they not prepared to identify who the shooter is? What do y'all think? Why are we not identifying who the shooter is? And real quick, shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all being here. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. We got 43 people watching and 40 likes. If everybody could bang that like button and get us to 80, that'd be wonderful. Also, if you haven't shared the stream, take a moment and share the stream. I don't know what's up with Twitter. They saying that in order to stream to Twitter, you got to have a premium account now, and I don't have a premium account, so it's only streaming to YouTube and Twitch.
And as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
This dude right here looks artificial, and where he don't have any hair on his face and a lot of makeup on his face, and it's just is very interesting for a male to not have hair on their face and have makeup on their face at the same time. That's kind of weird. Shannon Sharp be going through that too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what be going on over there at Club Shay Shay. But if you shout out to the people that's watching, shout out to the males that's watching. If you ever work for a company and they tell you got to shave your face and wear makeup, don't do it. Oh man, that ain't good. DR Wild said he's a turd licker. Damn.
It's time to provide the identity of the potential shooter. We're in the process of doing the confirmation, and once we have the confirmation, we'll release the name officially to the press. But at this time, we can't give any.
Hey, look at how bloody that is, man. That's crazy. They were shooting all over the place, man. Look at that. Y'all see that? Look, the people got blood all over him. She got blood all on her arm. That black dude better be careful grabbing her up like that. Black, bro, you better be careful.
Well, again, we're not prepared at this time to provide the identity of the potential shooter. We're in the process of doing the confirmation, and once we have the confirmation, we'll release the name officially to the press. But at this time, we can't give any further information on the potential shooter. No, it's a matter of doing biometric confirmations. So there was no identification on the individual, as an example. So we're looking at photographs right now, and we're trying to run his DNA and get biometric confirmation on.
Would you be able to comment just what police found left
Right.
behind? Any possible devices?
I got facts. Exactly. Exactly. Workplace, and don't remove the bass in your voice. Facts. If you guys agree with DJ Elmo, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts. That's big facts, bro. I don't listen, man. Like I said, I've never been a fan of this idea of quote unquote code switching. I've always been an advocate of be yourself at all times. Be yourself at all times. You know what I'm saying?
Find any extra guns? Just anything else you want to comment?
Not at this time. No, we're still in the process of an active investigation. So we'd like to reserve releasing any information like that until we have more facts.
You know, that's exactly what he about to do. Mini Dims. Mini Dims. Wish death on me. Blood in my eyes and I can't see. They trying to take my life away. Mini Dims. That's exactly what that's exactly what Trump about to do. Shout out to Skull Thumper. What's good with it? Throw some sirens in the chat for the TCU. We got a TCU in the building.
Is there any heightened threat level, critical threat level you guys were aware of? So it was typical for an event like this?
From the FBI's perspective, no. We did not have any specific threat information related to this event.
All right, so check this out. I think we got I don't think, let me see. Hold on real quick. What is this? Oh, you know what? I ain't even had this up here. I didn't even know this was up here. Hold on real quick. Oh yeah. How many do y'all want to watch do y'all want to watch the press conference? Shout out to Local Tina. We got Local Tina in the building. What's good with it? Who want to watch the press conference? I hadn't planned on watching the press conference. The press conference is kind of long. It's like a half hour. If we watch the whole press conference, we're gonna have to push some of this stuff back. You know what? I'll tell you what. Who will watch the press conference tomorrow? If y'all want to watch the press conference tomorrow, let me know. We might say this press conference. We might say the press conference. You know what I'm saying? We'll say that press conference. Hold on real quick. Now, I guess some spectator got hit in the head by some gunfire. All right. We're going to take a look at this. They had them all out. Now, shout out to y'all, man. I want y'all to look at this image before we get started playing this clip. I want y'all to look at this image before we get started playing this clip. All right. Because I'm going to ask y'all a couple questions. How many of y'all, shout out to Carlton, because I know Carlton was around. Shout out to DJ Elmo. I know DJ Elmo was around. Shout out to Iron Will. I know Iron Will was around. Janesta probably was around. Terrence was around. David was around. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all been around. Young Nine been around for a minute. Do y'all remember when we talked about the uniform? If y'all remember us talking about the uniform, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. What's the difference between a Call of Duty incel and these law enforcement officers right here is my question. These people literally look like the mass shooters. If you guys agree that these people right here look like the mass shooters, throw some flames in the chat. Now, my question for you guys is, why are the people that allegedly come to save you, why do they look like the people that have come to delete you? That's my question. Could it possibly be because they're the same people? If it look like a dog, it bark like a dog. No difference. No difference. You know what I'm saying?
Rachel Scott is back with us now. Rachel, you've been here since the beginning tonight. We were talking to each other during World News as the rally was just getting underway, and you've been getting these horrific stories from witnesses, and you're with another one tonight.
Yeah, we're with another group of witnesses that saw what happened. I will tell you, hours ago, this area right here was filled with Trump supporters eager, waiting to go inside of that rally. Right now, tonight, this is an area where Trump supporters are gathering. They're left with shock about what happened. Tell me.
Listen, hey, look, shout out to DR Wild. DR Wild said, I'd be a great cop, but I'm not qualifying. Listen, you can have a better career with the TCU. You may as well just join the Blacklight TCU, and that'll give you a better career than being a cop. You know what I'm saying? We got a better pension plan. It's less risky. You be all right. You know what I'm saying?
Me, what you saw inside.
Yeah, I was just about like 30 feet from Trump, and then I saw the people that had been shot, and they were bringing them down in the stands right above me, and I just didn't want to get down. I just kept standing. But I saw the man that was hit in the head, and there was a lot of blood, and I knew there was no way he was going to survive that. And then there were two of them that they brought down, but it was like real.
Right. If y'all agree that Rachel is mad uncomfortable, she's feeling mad awkward right now, give me a thumbs up. Rachel trying to work as fast as she can so she could get up out of there real quick.
Real chaos and chaotic, but I didn't get down, and so it was very interesting. We were just right there.
What was going through your mind as you saw that person with tons of blood on them?
Yeah, at first I was thinking, I thought different thoughts, like maybe this was a shooter and then he committed suicide, or maybe someone shot him. That's what my first thoughts were. I didn't think about just like someone that was in the stands. Yeah, that's what I thought.
And now knowing that this is someone that was in the stands, how are you processing this?
No, I think we're all in shock. Yeah, we're in numb that this happened.
Can I say, when I heard this going on, I thought it was a firecracker. It's like with Kennedy, people thought it was a firecracker. And I looked, we were 20.
Hey, how many people heard? Look, shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind said if Trump gets elected, the get back is going to be crazy. How many people heard? Every time I hear this, I just start cracking up. How many people heard that if Trump get elected, Liz Cheney about to get a military tribunal? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Did y'all hear about the upcoming military tribunal for Liz Cheney? Man, it's done. It's a wrap for her. She's getting a military tribunal. Liz Cheney better go out the country, man. She better go over there with Ed Snowden and them, or South America or something like that. Yeah. Facts. Shout out to DJ Elmo. W on W crime for all to see. And yet and still, it's not getting called that. It's not getting called that. Why is it not getting called that?
20 yards away from Trump, and then we were 20 yards away from where I thought it was a firecracker. Then now I'm thinking maybe those were bullets that were going over our head. Yeah. And then they were saying, get down, get down, get down. I just wasn't processing. It took me like 2 minutes, and I finally hit the deck. But I think it's just like you're in shock. And how did the guy get the gun in there? How did he get the gun?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, because is this your first Trump rally?
No.
So I've covered a number of Trump rallies. I've been to almost every single Trump rally this cycle. You've been to a number as well. You're fully aware of the security precautions. Trump supporters, as they're making their way in, they have to go through magnetometers. Your bags are searched. Your pockets are searched as well.
What is a? Did she say a Did she say a magnetometer, or did she say a magnetometer? What's a magnetometer? What is a magnetometer? Is that some type of device that measures your right-wing extremism at the door? What is a magnetometer? And here go my question. If there's a such thing, if there's a device, if there's an actual device called the magnetometer, how do Trump even get into his own rallies?
And so any area where you're around the former president, there is a sense of safety. Yeah. And so to have this occur, what was going through your mind as you heard gunfire, get down, get down?
I think first I was in shock, but I do think I'm drawn to some of this kind of, I tried out for the Secret Service. I passed everything, but then they said, take your glasses off. That was the end of it. So my whole life would have.
Oh, okay. Shout out to So Much Muscle Pain. So Much Muscle Pain said, no, she said a magnetometer. Oh, okay. All right. We had to be clear on that. I just wanted to make sure. I thought I heard her say a magnetometer. Oh, what is a magnetometer? They got some type of device that monitors your it's like some type of device that monitors your toxic right-wing extremism, or what? You know what I'm saying? Facts. If you guys agree with Janesta, give me a thumbs up. I agree. Janesta says it's amazing what they can get away with. Yeah. And it's amazing how it gets spun, too. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says, reporter talking to WS race soldiers. The type probably subconsciously saying the N-word as he replies to her. Right. He's actually, and is probably mad at her that it wasn't a black. Like, this is another weird emotional thing that these people do. They're probably infuriated with her because they're now not able to push the narrative that it was a black person doing it. So like they got all this animosity toward her. Like it's the mental gymnastics are wild.
They've been changed, but I couldn't see. But I guess I like to be where the action is in some ways. So I mean, not this. Obviously this is just horrible, just horrifying.
They say that they like to be where the action is, and instead of moving to Chicago, they talk about Chicago all day long. If you want to go where the action is, go look up the top 10 crime-riddled places in the United States and go move there. They don't like to be around no action. You know what I'm saying? They like to be around controlled action, but they don't like to be around no action. I don't like to be around no action. Stop it. Y'all talk about Chicago too much if you like to be around action.
Trump survived. That's good. It would have been horrible news, at worst news, if he had been killed. So that's good. At least we had that. But yeah, we're all in shock yet. It's really something. I just got done saying every generation thinks, well, we're past that. We're not going to have any more assassination attempts, and then you have something else.
Literally, no generation ever says we're past anything. None of these generations in the United States aren't even past racism. Like, people need to stop. Like, when people we're past this, depending on the particular people that say that we're past a certain thing, they need to stop. We're not past anything here in the United States. We're not past anything here on the planet. People are savage animals that live in a savage animal environment. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality of stuff. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Maybe that's really hard to stop.
I thought it was firecrackers.
Yeah, you thought it was firecrackers. Yeah, I mean, so many people did. Initially, when that first happened, there was a lot of confusion for everyone that was inside of that fairground near. We heard the pop, 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 pop sounds.
I was watching something. I forget who it was. Somebody was like, I thought it was firecrackers. And then in the comment section, they said, nah, it was just, they said it was human crackers. I was like, oh, damn. You know what I'm saying?
We heard shouts of gunfire, but we didn't know for sure. We was all told to get down. And then from my understanding, it was also law enforcement that told you all to just stay down, even though the former president was already escorted to make sure that they had the situation under control.
They just kept saying, stay down, stay down. But then curiosity overcame me. After about 5 minutes, I stood up and there were like 6.
Do you shout out to y'all? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, dude said we all in shock. That's a joke, as the very nature of this corporation called America is violence. Yo, that's facts. How many people remember in the beginning of the year, there was a situation that took place where it was a young white man who lived in the suburbs, and he beheaded his father, and he had his father's head in one of those bags that you put the turkey in, and he made a YouTube video about it, and everybody in the neighborhood was like, I'm shocked by this. I'm shocked by this. If you guys watch my playlist called Surviving the Suburbs, we got all these gruesome, wild stories that be going on. And people just keep saying that they're shocked by this. But if you're shocked by this, how are you shocked by this when there's literally an established pattern of particular kind of crimes and violence that goes on? After there's been like decades of particular types of patterns, how are you shocked? It's disassociation syndrome and delusion. And shout out to Iron Will. Yeah, I think it was in Pennsylvania. Homeboy had his dad's head in a turkey oven bag. You know what I'm saying? Doing a YouTube video about it.
7 men with AR-15s or whatever, whether they AK-47s or AR-15s, and they were just like hawks. They were looking around, staring at everybody, and their guns ready. And one guy looked kind of nervous. I mean, it was just, I was just kept thinking that we're going to be a part of history here, So, yeah. But it's just it's horrible.
When I got it was shot because there was so much blood and things. So he was right above me, so I thought, oh, there's no way he survived that. Yeah, what a day.
A hard thing to witness. And I so appreciate you all taking the time to speak with me. And I'm glad that all of you are safe. Please get home safe. Again, with just the sense of disbelief, trying to process, replaying those events over and over in your head. That's what everyone here that was inside of that Trump rally is still having to contend with as they process the moments that happened, those frantic and chaotic moments of what they witnessed inside with.
Yeah, and I can't help but think there's going to be a lot of trauma after this event for all of those witnesses who are there, watch this unfold before their very eyes, and also knowing that one of their fellow supporters, somebody who was just there, part of the rally, at least one person lost their life today.
So there's that. All right. So that's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? We need to process it. So let me see here. Hold on. I think on Sky News they revealed the identity of the shooter, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So let's take a look at this real quick. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. All right, let's check this out real quick.
This looks like it is the beginning of a very important police press conference, folks. The police, FBI, Secret Service. It'll involve all the key detail, I'm sure, about the events that unfolded today. We've already just received word that the shooter was a 20-year-old kid from Pennsylvania, which I'm sure is about to be confirmed.
How is somebody a 20-year-old kid? How can you be a 20-year-old kid? Somebody explain being a 20-year-old kid to me. How is being a 20-year-old kid possible? A 20-year-old kid? Now, again, this is the same place where you can be a 16-year-old man and a 20-year-old kid. How does that work? A 20-year-old kid and a 16-year-old man. So there's this dude. His name is Thomas Matthew Crooks, and he's been identified as the Trump shooter. Okay. Thomas Matthew Crooks. Right. Shout out to Patrick. Right. You mean a 12-year-old man, aka Tamir Rice? Right. But this guy here is a 20-year-old kid. Sky News deserves to be roasted. If you guys agree, throw some flames in the chat. Sky News deserves to be roasted for that. Oh, we don't do that. We are a real legitimate media agency. We do everything perfect and according to the rules. You're clowns.
This looks like it is the beginning of a very important police press conference, folks. The police, FBI, Secret Service. It'll involve all the key detail, I'm sure, about the events that unfolded today. We've already just received word that the shooter was a 20-year-old kid from Pennsylvania, which I'm sure is about to be confirmed.
20-year-old kid. I want to make sure that everybody heard that. Sky News called the shooter a 20-year-old kid. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Is anyone outraged? We have to start the outrage about this. We have to start the outrage about this. They're calling him a 20-year-old kid. How do people feel about that? A 20-year-old kid. We caught it. We heard it here.
This looks like it is the beginning of a very important police press conference, folks. The police, FBI, Secret Service. It'll involve all the key detail, I'm sure, about the events that unfolded today. We've already just received word that the shooter was a 20-year-old kid from Pennsylvania, which I'm sure is about to be confirmed. And police, according to Fox News, our colleagues, are also looking at a van from the area of the shooting that they might well be looking at the moment. So let's just pick this up. Big press conference in the morning for all this latest detail, the latest detail that police have got.
That's R-O-J-E-K. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Pittsburgh field office. The first thing I want to say is that the FBI stands with the people of Butler County in Western Pennsylvania, and our hearts go out to the victims of this heinous act which occurred today. This is our community, and I want to let the public know that the FBI has deployed a number of our resources, including investigative agents, our evidence response team, bomb technicians, and we have additional resources coming from other field offices, as well as from FBI headquarters, including our evidence response from Quantico, Virginia. We have intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office in Pittsburgh, working feverishly to attempt to identify the individual who did this and any motives behind why this was done. Right now, we need the public's help. Anyone who was on scene who saw anything to identify.
Yep, they called him a 20-year-old kid. Kids will be kids. Like you can't make this up, man. Right, I got it. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said WS is layered. They're protecting a 20-year-old kid that tried to delete a former president of the U.S. Facts. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And we saw it in real time. And what's crazy is that we're seeing this in real time, right? And that you will get people that literally come into the comment section and try to tell you, don't believe your own eyes. Don't believe what you just saw. Despite the fact that we just saw this and this is real, and we heard what they said, don't believe what you heard.
Any information, please report that to the FBI using either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at fbi.gov/Butler. This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn.
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton is asking the question, was there a second gunman? From what I heard that there was a second gunman, but I'm not sure. How many people heard that there was a second gunman? If y'all heard that there was a second gunman, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't hear that there was a second gunman, then give me a thumbs down. Yeah, right. We gotta start looking at those turnaround times. We got to start looking at and logging those turnaround times. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. We got to start looking at and logging those turnaround times.
Turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Parris from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Parris.
Now shout out to Janesta, right? And this is important. Janesta says they would say and do anything to protect each other. I think to a negligible degree, not to a very large degree, but to a small degree, that's somewhat true. But I think that that's important, and I think that people should take note of that. I think that people should take note of that because, I mean, that's not really a bad thing. It's a bad thing for us because we kind of don't benefit off of doing that. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to David M. Thornton. David M. Thornton said he is physically an adult man. A 20-year-old male can be immature and behave like a kid, but they are still an adult and should be referred to as an adult. I agree 110% with David M. Thornton. I agree 110% with David M. Thornton. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, Black Light, you know, buzzard when Trump ducked and blood coming from his ears. He said, let me get my shoes as Secret Service agents shielded him. Yeah. He was talking about his shoes. He wanted to get that $400 pair of Air Surrections that he had came out of trying to dodge them bullets. I heard that they called them shoes the Air Surrections. I don't know if that's the actual name or not. Patrick Tyler said, Rob, it was either your or TD's channel, but someone brought that someone in the chat said they may try and delete Trump. People have been saying that they might try to delete Trump for a long time. Yeah, I think that was actually in my stream that I had did earlier because we had kind of stopped what we was talking about and then started talking about what had happened. It was taking me a minute to try to find like some articles about it. You know what I'm saying?
Paris, Commissioner of Pennsylvania State Police. I would just like to say that state police have been in regular contact with the governor's office, and the full support and assets of the entire agency are behind the FBI and our other federal and municipal partners to assist with this investigation. The thoughts and prayers of the Pennsylvania State Police are likewise with the victims of this terrible act. We are prepared to support this investigation in any way, shape, or form, and we stand ready to participate in a full, fair, and competent and thorough investigation.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they do not. Right. It's Carla. You already know. Shout out to Carla. Carla says next day we'll say he had a learning disability. Yeah, his learning disability was shown when he wasn't able to shoot very well and he missed his target. And that is how they can classify him as a kid. Students with disabilities have to be educated until they're 21 years old. And that right there is how you get them classifying all of these criminals as having quote unquote mental disabilities, so they could be older than 21, so they could be 21 years old and still be called a kid. You know what I'm saying? Thomas Matthew Crooks is identified as Trump shooter at Pennsylvania political rally. Who got a picture of this Thomas Matthew Crooks? Y'all ever seen what he looked like? What do he look like? The man who shot former President Donald Trump at a Pennsylvania political rally has been identified as Thomas Matthew Crooks. The FBI has identified Thomas Matthew Crooks, who was 20, of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, as the subject involved in the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. Somebody, see if somebody can find the demographics on Bethel Park. What is Bethel Park looking like? What's his name again? Thomas Matthew Crooks. Let's see what he looked like. Thomas Matthew Crooks. What old boy look like? Oh, yeah, he looking kind of wild, man. Looking kind of weird. Looking kind of weird. Hold on real quick. Look at this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here. Look, there you go right there. What's going on there? Hold on. Let's see something. They had more pictures of this weirdo. Hold on. Looking crazy. Who is Thomas Matthew Crooks? That's a great question. Let's see. Now this I don't think this article about to open. I'm trying to open this article so we can see who Thomas Matthew Crooks is. This is a picture of him right here, looking wild. Hold on real quick. Look at this. Looking like a nerd from the 80s. He looked like a nerd from the 80s. Carlton said he looked like a Starbucks barista. Oh, man. Hold on. This article still ain't came up yet. What be going on with these websites? Let's see something here. County local news. Hold on. All these sites that actually have the picture of him, for some reason you can't even get into. They got all the viruses. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. All right, we're gonna go back to this. Yeah, shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said he got that Jeffrey Dahmer look. He really do. He got that Jeffrey Dahmer. He got that Jeffrey Dahmer grunge thing going on, and he do look like Chunk from the Goonies. He look like the Predator too. He look like Predator in the. He look like the Predator in the face. Oh man, hold on real quick. Tell me he don't look like the Predator. Wait a minute. We got to find a picture of the Predator without the mask on. Tell me he don't look like the Predator. Here go the dude that shot at Trump. Right here. I got him. Hold on real quick. Man, he looked just like him. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said they scrubbing all his internet info clean. That's probably the first time he scrubbed in his entire life. There you go, though, right there. We got the picture. We got it. How many people heard their parents back in the day say, if you keep twisting your face up? How many people heard their parents say, if you keep twisting your face up, it's going to stay stuck like that? He's literally the human version of your face staying stuck like that. That's exactly how he was looking, with his head all twisted weird like to the side. That's crazy, man. Somebody make it make sense. You know that's coming. Shout out to Black Spider. You know that's coming. They're going to say lone wolf in a minute. Give them some time. It's coming. We all know the language. This is one of the reasons why it's so important to pay very close attention to the language and keep a log of the language, because then we can establish the pattern of why do they keep using the same language. Now, look at this. Shout out to Terrence, who gave us the demographics. White alone, 93.4%. Black or African American, 2.1%. Asian alone, 1.7%. Hispanic or Latino, 1%. Well, yeah, I agree. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said first Predator was played by a black man. All that dread on the Predator's head wasn't a coincidence. Facts. Facts. So now here it says this remains an active and ongoing investigation, and anyone with information that may assist with the investigation is encouraged to submit photos or videos online. Crooks was deleted by law enforcement moments after he opened fire. Okay. In a chaotic scene, law enforcement, I believe, acted heroically, quickly identifying and neutralizing the threat, as well as responding to assist the various victims. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens of the Pennsylvania State Police said during a news conference near midnight on Saturday. Crooks carried no identification, and he had to be identified using other techniques. What are the other techniques to identify people? Let me ask you guys this question. Let's say, for instance, you get somebody's DNA. How do you get their name? How do you get their name from the DNA that you got? If I get a skin sample and test that DNA and I have no other records of that person, how does their name come out of the DNA? Does anybody know? Somebody help me out. Do they know? How would that work exactly? We're looking at photographs right now, and we're trying to run his DNA and get a biometric confirmation, Rojic said. So here's my question. Okay, I get the fact that you're running his DNA, but where is this record that everybody's DNA exists in? I've never submitted my DNA to a DNA database. So if I don't have any identification and somebody just grabs some of my blood or some of my body tissue and they run my DNA, what would they match that against? Because I've never submitted DNA to a database. Think about that. How many people in here have submitted DNA to a database? If you've ever submitted DNA to a database, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't submitted DNA to a database, then give me a thumbs down. I've never submitted DNA to a database. Now, here, right, I agree, Patrick. But here go what if you don't have a record, though? What if you've never been arrested and this is your first run-in with the law? Like, let's just say, for instance, this dude didn't have no record. So I think we read enough about this. We got the idea. You know what I'm saying? If there's any update, send our black business. You know what I'm saying? We'll mind our AdSense business. You know what I'm saying? And grift off the updates. So they've been busy in the suburbs. And we're going to look at exactly what's going on with the people in the suburbs. We already saw they doggone near took their God out. They almost took Trump out in the suburbs, getting violent out there. We're going to look at this ratchet mayor in Oakland. Right. We're going to look at this ratchet criminal mayor, alleged criminal mayor in Oakland. All right. How many people heard about her? I think her name is Shang Tsung or something like that. How many people heard about this mayor? I think her name is Shang Tsung. Like the dude from Mortal Kombat.
Getting our first look at a grand jury subpoena that's shedding new light on the recent FBI raids in Oakland. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Northern California has ordered the city to hand over a trove of documents of interest to investigators. It is the first indication of what the FBI may be after following raids on the home of Mayor Shang Tao she shares with her partner, as well as locations belonging to the politically influential Duong family, which owns the recycling company California Waste Solutions.
How many people ever heard of this waste company called California Waste Solutions? Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, I read that article when you posted it in Discord. They raided a few of her houses. Yeah. And shout out to Patrick Taylor. Yeah, an Asian woman. Now, you guys see this value chain? They're investigating her in association with this company. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you all think that this company has any possibilities of being tied to providing her any kind of funding? If you think that that's a possibility, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down.
So Katie Nielsen's in studio now. She has been digging into this. The FBI has been very tight-lipped, but we're certainly learning a little bit more about what we're finding out in this subpoena, correct?
That's right, Juliet. So I actually have a copy of that subpoena that was issued to the city attorney's office.
Now, why is nobody going around and calling her a DEI mayor? Are we going to be the ones to have to do that to remind people that, oh, you forgot to call this one a DEI? If we need to be the people leading the charge to remind people to appropriately slur people calling them DEIs, throw some flames in the chat. I also shout out to people. I don't know if anybody has AT&T or not as their phone company or for any type of service that they have. But from what I understand, there was a major data breach with AT&T. And they just recently released like a bunch of people's information, text messages, and files. So, you know, hopefully something of yours, you know, doesn't end up showing up on the internet somewhere, but there's a great possibility that it might. Okay.
It's only 8 pages, but there are specifics here related to the mayor and her partner, Andre Jones, as well as the Duong family and their business dealings with the city.
The FBI hasn't answered any questions about why
her partner's name is Andre Jones. What y'all think? What y'all think Andre Jones look like?
Mayor's home was searched in the early morning hours of June 20th, or what agents were looking for. But just 5 days after the raids on June 25th, the FBI demanded documents from the city attorney related to the case, asking for any communications around Mayor Talkin.
Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre, did you accidentally block New York State of Mind? Hold on real quick. Let me just make sure he ain't blocked. Hold on real quick. Let me see. All right. Did New York State of Mind just get timed out, or did he get blocked? It should allow you to comment in a little bit. If that's what happened. I'm not sure what happened. What? Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right, cool.
House campaign, meetings she's taken, who she met with, and what was discussed, as well as any communications having to do with the Duong's businesses. The feds want documents going back to January of 2020, just a few months after Tao announced she was running for mayor.
The feds are looking both at the campaign of the mayor as well as conduct that occurred afterwards.
Stephen Clark is a former prosecutor and now a criminal.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question. When it comes to this particular situation with this lady named Shang Tsung, how many people have you all heard talking about her? How many people have been talking about this woman right here? Shout out to Blue Electric. Blue Electric said her boyfriend is she got a sugar daddy too. Okay. She got a sugar daddy. How come people ain't talking about her? Why are people not interested in that? Is my question for you guys. Not important? Minding a black business because it's crazy stuff going on at MAGA rallies. I want to know. Let me know.
Defense attorney and says based on the documents the FBI is asking for, this is a pay-to-play investigation, and the FBI is looking for evidence of possible bribery or public corruption.
Was there some connection between campaign financial activities and the subsequent conduct of a city official?
The FBI is also requesting information about the mayor's partner, Andre Jones, including any documents or communications with him, as well as information about any meetings he might have attended. But just last week, in an interview with CBS News Bay Area, Tao denied Jones had any involvement in her administration.
And absolutely not. You know, I've been on the city council where
He was getting all that money. He was getting all that money.
Information about the mayor's partner, Andre Jones, including any documents or communications with him, as well as information about any meetings he might have attended. But just last week,
Hey, now look, check this out, right? Didn't Umar Johnson say that when black men are with other women that aren't black, that they never, quote unquote, deal with women who have a higher social status with him? Didn't Umar Johnson say that? Now, this brother right here, Andre Jones, is shacked up with the mayor. Andre Jones is shacked up with the mayor. Did Umar Johnson talk about this particular situation here on the Breakfast Club? Let me know. YouTube talking points.
in an interview with CBS News Bay Area, Tao denied Jones had any involvement in her administration.
And absolutely not. You know, I've been on the city council where he's never actually, you know, been on any payroll. That's really easy to confirm. You know, he's hardly even been in my office. And so, yeah, there's no truth to that at all.
Now, we have reached out to the mayor's office for comment on these subpoenas. They referred us to the city attorney's office. The city attorney's office said it did not have a comment.
Yeah, I know, Katie, you've been doing a lot of digging, a lot of our newsroom looking into this, reading that subpoena, trying to get as much information as we can. But the mayor has made statements in the past. So what have we learned from that?
So she has, just one day before the FBI issued the subpoena.
Hey, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said that brother was trying to get the key to the city. No diddy. Oh, man. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, he might be getting worse than her. Yo, facts. Facts. But I'm just curious, though, because Umar literally made that statement. He made that statement. He said that anytime black men deal with non-black women, that black men never date non-black women who have a higher social status than them. He said that. He literally said that as a fact. As the most requested scholar, he stated that as a fact. So I'm curious as to if he was confronted with this or not. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know. You know what I'm saying?
She had that fiery press conference where she denied being the subject of any federal investigation. Then again, in that interview you just saw a clip from last week, right here on CBS Bay Area, she said the same thing again, that she is not the subject of the FBI investigation.
Okay, so let's talk about the Duong family. And so what we know now is that they did donate
now,
to
how many people heard about this Duong family? If you heard about this Duong family, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Umar told a fib. They all tell fibs. They all of them tell fibs. All of them tell fibs. You know what I'm saying? They all tell fibs.
mayor's campaign, also named in the subpoena. So what is their role in all of this, if we know?
So we don't fully know what the role is, but it is worth noting that on this subpoena, item number 1 pertains to California Waste Solutions, which is owned by the Duong family. That company holds the recycling contract for the city of Oakland. And remember, their offices were also raided on the same day that those agents went to the mayor's home, and investigators are asking for any documents and communications regarding those city contracts. And so, Julia, this subpoena is really broad. The FBI is asking for an absolute mountain of information. It could take the city attorney possibly weeks, even months to produce all of that, get all of those documents together. But eventually, whatever evidence is gathered could then be presented to a grand jury, and it would be up to those jurors to decide whether there is enough evidence to charge anyone with a crime.
Yeah, and who will it be? All right, Katie, thank you. We'll continue to follow this as well. All right, appreciate all your hard work. We are getting...
So we got to actually get back into the undocumented bros, right? We got to get back into the undocumented bros, because I'm telling you what's about to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen now, or I don't know if it's going to happen later, but it's going to for sure happen. And what's going to end up happening is that Brandon Johnson is more than likely going to get he's more than likely going to get thoroughly invested for all of those contracts that they're spending millions of dollars on for migrant shelters and different things like that in Chicago. There's going to be some serious blowback for all of that stuff. Right, exactly. Shout out to Patrick Jones. Like, don't drag me into this. He's like, I told you. He probably like, I told you to shut up so many times, and now your mouth done got you in trouble. Don't bring me into it.
Oakland Mayor Shane Tao now facing a recall election in November. The group behind the recall just wrapped up a press conference to celebrate the making of the ballot.
She's a corrupt mayor. She should never have been in office. She's corrupt. She's dishonest. She is incompetent, and she needs to go.
Now here go my question: how did she get voted in? How did this woman get voted in? If she is indeed all of these things that this lady here says, my question for everybody is, how did she get voted in? See, these are the questions that we got to ask. Did she get voted in because she checks a bunch of boxes? Nobody called her a DEI.
She's got to go. Go.
Well, the recall backers also addressed allegations that they have refused to hand over fundraising records to the Public Ethics Commission, which is looking into claims of campaign finance violations. Recall organizers say
she sounds a lot like Tiffany Henyard. She sounds a lot like Tiffany Henyard, don't she? Why ain't nobody making videos about this chick? You know what I'm saying? YouTube on code. Yeah, look at all the people behind her. How come nobody's making videos about this? YouTube is on code.
that's based on false information, and the Ethics Commission is abusing its investigatory authority. Joining me live right now is Oakland Mayor Shane Tao. Well, Mayor, the Oakland City Attorney was subpoenaed to appear.
Shout out to Young Nine. And Young Nine said he's from out there. She's the mayor where he's at. She demonized the black candidate in the race. Now, I'm not too familiar with what went on out here as far as this particular situation goes, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if she demonized the black candidate in the race. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said her predecessor was a natural-born dual citizen, the type who saw the city's decline as the city lost warriors and raiders. See?
Here today at the U.S. District Courthouse with those city documents. You have maintained you are not the focus of the investigation, but have you been asked to actually appear before the federal grand jury?
You know, again, those are matters on the ongoing investigation, so I really can't comment. I want to, but I can't comment on that.
Okay, and last week in our interview, you had said your part.
Set, grow said, how come you don't stream with the TD hip hop guy no more? I do stream with the TD hip hop guy. We have an entire channel together. I wasn't aware that I had stopped streaming with the TD hip hop guy. It's all good. Ain't no harm, no foul. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know if somebody could put the link to Just Talking with TD and Robb in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Shoot that over there for Ready, Set, Grow so you can go check that out. Yeah, but we got a whole channel together, bro.
partner, Andre Jones, had nothing to do with your administration. However, the federal subpoena is now requesting documents or communication between Mr. Jones and your campaign and administration, including meetings he might have attended. In light of this new information, would you like to clarify your original statements?
You know, the statement stands. And again, I cannot comment on these matters. I want to, but I can't because it's related to the ongoing investigation. And so those questions could be sent to either the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Listen, man, she got the stereotypical fake submissive personality. I'm just so nice. You know, I really wish that I could help you, but I really can't help you, even though I could answer the question if I want to, but I can't. And I'm going to do it with a smile on my face, you know, because I'm shady and I got a thick neck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, subscribe to that channel, bro. We got videos up over there. We got streams up over there.
Office and or the city attorney's office.
You were forthcoming in a previous interview saying that he had nothing to do with your administration and that, in fact, he was, quote, hardly even been in my office.
Well, like I stated, like my statement stands.
Okay, thank you very much. The Oakland Army base that was decommissioned in 1999 was mentioned
Appreciate
in the
it,
federal
Pierce.
subpoena as mayor. What has been your position in the past on the best use of that Army base?
Well, you know, I wasn't on the city council, nor was I mayor at the time of the decision making. And so I had no stance on the Army base in regards to, you know, who we should sell it to or how it should be utilized.
Shout out to NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind said they're trying to blame the black guy. Yeah, if worse come to worse, she will throw him under the bus. Black Freethinker says she's an exotical boss bae. Man, that term exotical is such a stupid, ignorant term. That's like one of the craziest self-hate terms that I've ever heard in my entire life. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. How can if I'm not mistaken, I think Asian people are the largest population, the largest racial group on the planet. Am I mistaken? What idiot? What idiot called the largest racial group of people exotic? Exotic means rare. Let's do a fact check real quick. Does exotic mean rare? If exotic means rare, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, then give me a thumbs down. Old black YouTube, man. You know what I'm saying? Old black YouTube. Old black YouTube has destroyed people's brains. You know what I'm saying?
Last year, at one point, you know, we were trying to figure out how to best utilize the Army base. And I know that there was discussion about how can, you know, we bring tiny homes or possible RVs onto the site so that we can have more shelter spaces. So that was, you know, that was something that we had talked about internally. But in regards to the Army base itself and who's it sold to and all that transaction or what have you, that was not part of any time that I was elected.
This November, you will, of course, be fighting for your job. Supporters of your recall are under their own investigation by the Public Ethics Commission. Today, they denied any political action committee as being behind their main source of funding and said they have handed over all the information they are legally required to disclose. Their criticism is that this is all a distraction to take the heat of what's happening with you. How would you respond to that?
Well, let's just be clear that the recall campaign was set in motion before I was even sworn in, right? So I think it's incredible. It's an incredible disservice to our democratic process.
Hey, look at those the picket signs is crazy. Hey, these picket signs are crazy. Look at the one with look at the one with the liar emoji on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Look at this. Hold on real quick. Let me see. We about to look up the word exotic. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Merriam-Webster Dictionary. All right, so let's look at this. Let's look at this. Old black YouTube messing up people's brains. Oh man. Man. All right, look. Exotic, introduced from another country, not native to the place where found, right? Then next, strikingly, excitingly, or mysteriously different or unusual, or of relating to a striptease. There you go. Involving involving or featuring exotic dancers. There you go. Now here are it says definition number 4, foreign or alien. If you ask me, none of these quote unquote women classified as quote unquote exotic are actually exotic. Carlton Wade said, look up the Urban Dictionary definition of Oh man. Oh man. Look at this. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, well, to be fair, there are only around 5 million Hmong on the planet. That's true. That's true. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know she was Hmong. All I see is an Asian person. So you know what I'm saying? That's like technically it's mainly FBA individuals that call the people exotic, right? There was a particular FBA individual, right? A pro-black coon that was on YouTube, that's not on YouTube anymore, that was calling a bunch of women exotic, right? Technically, FBA would be exotic too. FBA probably one of the most FBA, Freeman, ADOS, Black Americans. We probably one of the most exotic groups of people in the world because there's not a lot of us. But old Black YouTube, you know what I'm saying? We'll turn a dictionary, we'll turn a dictionary definition into a shaming definition to try to get our point across. Because we can't articulate our point accurately. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I think some brothers may see exotic women as light-skinned black women, Latinas, and Asian women. Facts. If you a brother that shout out to Umar Johnson, if you a brother that's been restricted to a snow bunny crisis your entire life, and you meet a black woman that's interested to you, that might be exotic for you, right? Right? You know what I'm saying? That could be the case, right? Because it's all math, right? Say, for instance, you were a brother and you grew up where that Trump rally was at. You know what I'm saying? If you was a brother and you grew up where that Trump rally was at. Now, if you come across a black woman, say, for instance, you leaving that Trump rally and you see that Rachel, that news reporter, you'd be like, yo, what's good with you? That's rare for you. That's exotic for you there, right? But the people who try to use that term as women empowerment terms on the internet never framed it to where the exoticness would empower the actual women that were supposed to be being empowered. Old Black YouTube. It's a thin line. It's a thin line between, there's a thin line between pro-blacks and coons. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, we went from them folks to Umar roasting. Long live VLR. Bro, because Umar actually worships them folks while he tries to sit there and shame other people of worshiping them. All them people, they all worship them folks and try to shame other people and say that other people worship them folks. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of off-code agents. She off-code for being with that black dude. You know what I'm saying? She's off-code for the type of stroke she like. So she already in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
So I it's incredible. It's an incredible disservice to our democratic process, to the voters, and to Oaklanders in our city. This is a distraction and a significant waste of taxpayer money. This is going to cost Oakland taxpayers upwards of $10 million. $10 million that we, the city, of course, are in a really hard climate budget right now that we don't have. And so I want to put that into context. For example, each OPD officer is budgeted for $325,000. That's roughly 31 officers that's going to cost for this recall campaign should it go through. And so again, as you stated, the Public Ethics Commission has sued the recall organizers because they refuse to follow a subpoena. And so they refer subpoena and they refuse to follow that subpoena, and now they're being sued by the Public Ethics Commission. And so what my administration is going to do is we're going to do our job and we're going to keep focused. You know, this is my number one priority is the city of Oakland. We have done so much great things in just the short 18 months that we've been here, and we're not letting off of the gas pedal. We're going to continue to move forward because this is my passion. This is my love. This is what I love to do, is to serve the people and serve my city and get results.
As you navigate the FBI investigation, the federal subpoena, last week you told us you opened up a legal defense fund. Has that been set up, and who is helping to fund that?
Well, you know, that is in the works to be set up. And so there has been no funding been able to put in because it's in the works to be set up.
And we're less than 90 days from the deadline to close the deal of the Coliseum. If that does not go through, it will mean drastic budget cuts to the city. Where does that deal stand right now?
Well, we are in the midst of negotiations, and we are on track to sign the purchase and sale agreement by September 1. I am confident that the Coliseum will move forward and provide the additional resources to the city. You know,
bro, they do. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob said we exotic. They probably be calling us in that in other countries. Bro, it's only one place where you can find Black Americans in the world, in Black America. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the other different, like the other groups of Black people, they immigrate and they're all over the world in larger numbers than we are. Most of us stay here. You know what I'm saying? So we're rare for the most part anytime we go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Patrick said, Rob said we're exotic. They probably be calling us that in other countries too. This Korean man said he had a problem with his daughter dating a Black man unless they are American Black man. Then it's fine. And that's kind of problematic too, because that's that Korean dude really honestly being racist. And basically what he's saying by unless they are Black American men is that if they got a culture that's the closest to European, which is kind of problematic on his end. Like, bro, you still racist. So basically what you're saying is like the group of Black people that has the least amount of any, you know what I'm saying, non-European cultural influence is the type of Black man that's the only acceptable Black man for your daughter. Like, bro, you a racist too. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why, like I be saying, in 2024, we live in a bizarro world. I never thought that I would see a time in my entire life where Black people united around the American flag, like being proud of that. Like that, man, what's gonna happen in 2050? In 2050, are we gonna be like Kanye West and gather around the Confederate flag? And you know what I'm saying, the brothers from the South be sitting up there talking about how proud of the Confederate roots that they have. You know what I'm saying? Like it's some of this stuff is just kind of weird. And I'm not about to be phony on YouTube and act like it's not, man. It's weird. Back in the day, it wasn't no difference between if you were driving somewhere and it was a whole bunch of Confederate flags or if it was a whole bunch of American flags, there was no difference. It's the same way as when you drive through the hood and you see a Rally's or you see a Snaps or you see a Church's Chicken, you know you in the hood. Or if you see the gates in front of the yard, you know you in the hood. If you drive somewhere and you see a bunch of American flags, you drive somewhere, you see a bunch of Confederate flags, you know you in a racist area. Now all of a sudden people are uniting and holding hands around the American flag and like that, like we're like, you know what I'm saying, embracing that is just kind of odd, man, to me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't come from that era where that was cool. I came from the era that knows what America is about and what they try to do to Black people here in the United States and worldwide. And I don't know, man. I don't know. That's weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said, I see the issues, but at the same time, like it or not, this is like it or not, this is our country. Where are we going to go? We should, to me, we need to do something that we have never done. Take control of the country. If it's our country, then we need to take control of it. That's literally what you got Trump campaigning to all those white people about. They feel that it's their country and they lost control of it. You know what I'm saying? The American flag, in my experience, has always been associated with racism and white nationalism. The American flag. That's before you even get to the Confederate flag. And I got to agree with DeAndre. This ain't our country, and that ain't our flag, though. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, this is all of South Africa rallying around the Springboks level of weird. By the way, how's that working for the black population over there? I agree 100%. I agree 100%. And nobody says anything about it. Nobody says anything about it. I'm going to say something about it, man. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, well, I would push back and say we have to flip the meaning of the flag and what it stands for. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Now, the pro-blacks, right? Because the pro-blacks hate black people so much that they always compare black people to other groups of people, right? And sit there and sound like Tucker Carlson, right? The pro-blacks always like to compare black people to the nano hats. You know what I'm saying? So now let me ask you guys this question. Have the nano hats ever tried to make a flip on the swastika? How'd that turn out? Yeah, man. I got it. That's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's this gonna sound crazy. That's like people, you know, like I'm not even gonna say that because that's gonna sound too crazy. That's Discord level crazy. I can't say I can't say what I was about to say publicly. That's Discord level crazy. Y'all got to join the Discord to hear what I was about to say. But that's like looking at some, like you remember the wet mammies or the wet nurses. I mean, how many people remember the wet nurses? That's like looking at a white kid that grew up on wet nurse milk, like they grew up to be such a strong, healthy person. You like, what? And then we sit back proud like that. You know what I'm saying? That milk came from us. Like, what? Like that's a crazy way to twist a flex. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of weird. And yeah, facts. Just like the Fibonacci sequence is not actually Fibonacci's. Yeah, I agree. Bro, they too proud. Look, man, listen. All the people that call Thomas Sowell a coon, right? Thomas Sowell wrote that book. I think it's called like Black Redneck, White N-word or something crazy like that. But that's literally what they're pushing. That's literally what they're pushing. And that's why it's a thin line between pro-blacks and coons, because the ideologies and the talking points, they are all the same. The difference is, who are you pandering to? Pro-blacks pander to black people with the talking points. Coons pander to white people with the talking points. And the only thing that they argue about is who embarrasses who, talking to who crazier. That's the difference. That's the difference. That's why people make the transition so easy. They can move back and forth. You know what I'm saying? That book that Thomas Sowell wrote, what was it? Black Redneck White N-word or something like that. That's literally like substantiating, not justifying, but the attempted substantiation of the cultural merging, you know what I'm saying, between, you know what I'm saying, these racist Confederates and a lot of black people, especially a lot of black people who have never left the South. To me, that's weird. That's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the things that makes you, as much as people do the trolling and hairline forensics and all of that, one of the things that makes you for real identifiable as a Black American is your last name. But in a lot of cases, not in all cases, but in a lot of cases, that last name is attached to a family that owns you, or attached to a plantation. We made, shout out to NY State of Mind, we made America. You know what I'm saying? Just if you ask me, just because we made something, that doesn't mean that it's a good thing. That doesn't mean that it's helpful. All that simply means is that we made it. You know what I'm saying? Look at the Matrix movies. You know what I'm saying? Once artificial, look at the Aliens movies. Once artificial intelligence outsmarts people and starts running the world, humans of all races gonna be sitting around looking dumb as hell, talking about we made them. We made them. Yeah, you did, but guess what? They evolved. They run shit now. You know what I'm saying? Look at the Aliens movies, the Ridley Scott series. They made David. And guess what? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. Listen, bro, they all do. And it's their talking points. They're the ones that dick police. They're the ones that dick police. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people can't even substantiate their own nonsense that they say, the talking points that they make. They try to uphold people to an unholy standard to take away from their own shortcomings. Yeah, I agree, Tia. But what I'm saying, and what I always say, is that people need to understand when it's time to establish a solid present legacy. A solid present legacy. We built this economy as well. How many people are benefiting from it? Just wait. Wait until artificial general intelligence is able to be conscious and thinks for itself. And then the next step of human evolution takes place, and artificial intelligence is running the planet now. People will be sitting around doing simple labor for artificial intelligence. Now it won't just be pyramid babble. It'll be past human civilization babble. All lives matter babble, because everybody will be in a bad situation with artificial intelligence running the planet. And then they'll say, we made them. We made them. Look at the Matrix. Agent Smith told Morpheus the truth. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, pro-blacks remind me of independent fundamental Baptists who happen to be anti-black in so many ways. Facts. Facts. There's how, I mean, don't even get me started, man. Don't even get me started, man. I just look, just pay attention to stuff, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Just pay attention to stuff. The American flag and the British flag, facts. Shout out to Carlton. Well, actually, the American flag currently, right, and the British flag laid the foundation for the American flag to dominate the entire planet. And this is what I'm talking about, man. People you cannot take out cash deposits on past expenditures. You can't take out past deposits on past expenditures. You know what I'm saying? All of the talk of the greatness of the past, all of the talk of the greatness of the past, that's like me saying, yo, back in the day, I used to have 30,000 Bitcoins when Bitcoin was 50 cents. Don't nobody care now. I don't have none of them, and now they're worth $60,000. That means absolutely nothing. I did not, true story, I actually used to have like 100 Ethereum. Guess what? I don't now. It literally doesn't mean anything. It literally doesn't mean anything. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Shout out to Black Spider. Definitely appreciate it. She is the second stream sponsor. Make sure y'all show her some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider funding the organization. Definitely appreciate it.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
I don't like it, bro. I don't like it, bro. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, like, man, I'm not gonna be quiet about it. I'm not gonna be quiet about it. I'm gonna always question that. It's weird. I'm gonna always say that it's weird because it is weird. Look at the conservatives. All the conservatives got the flag up. They know what it is. They know what it means. And again, people don't like the conservatives, right? Well, they flying the same flag and proud of the same flag. I don't like Officer Tatum. He a coon. He got the same flag in his background that you got in your Twitter profile. What you talking about? That's like a Crip that's wearing an Indianapolis Colts jersey, sitting up there talking about they don't like somebody that's wearing a blue New York Yankees hat. I don't like your hat. Like, what was you talking about? Y'all flying the same flag. Y'all wearing the same colors. Y'all on the same side. Y'all just packaging it different. Y'all just got a different package. And people falling for that different package. Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug. Appreciate you, bro. That's that blast airdrop. Shout out to that. Shout out to that airdrop from Win Loser Rug. Make sure y'all show Win Loser Rug some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Win Loser Rug.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Man, if America's so great, how come, where's all the white Olympic athletes draped in the American flag going over there making America proud? Why it's got to be Michael Jordan, LeBron James? And then they come back over here after showing off for the world, draped in an American flag, showing off their greatness for the world in an American flag, and come over here and get treated like shit. If America's so great, why so many soldiers stay at the places where they was fighting in wars at? So many black dudes, SYSBM, you know what I'm saying? OG SYSBM in Vietnam, OG SYSBM in Germany. It's so great here in the United States. All these stories of black men that go to these different places that were in the military and say in the military at these places with these countries we was fighting at, these people treat us better than we get treated in the United States. And we supposed to be proud, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm in that. That's part of my aging process of that old stuff that I'm just not going to be able to adjust to. Black people, you know what I'm saying, uniting around the American flag like that's some type of flex is like pink dreadlocks and skinny jeans to me. It's something that I just look at, you know what I'm saying, and you know, whatever you do what you do, but it's just not something that I can't get behind that, man. You know what I'm saying? My dad, you know what I'm saying, instilled other kind of values in me. Now again, just because I have an issue with the American flag as a weird ass hate symbol, right? And I didn't make it a hate symbol. I didn't choose the American flag and put it in a bunch of racist white people's yards or fly it from a bunch of racist white people's porches. They made that choice. Okay, so this is a beacon. You know what I'm saying? This is a symbol. Got you. You know what I mean? But when they need our assistance, or when they need us to be the vehicle of greatness, oh yeah, you go ahead and fly this flag because you know we all American. We're all American until we're actually in America. Bro, go ask them. Go ask. Everybody likes talking about the old ninjas, the old civil rights era black people. Go ask the old civil rights era black people, were we all American in 1960? To me, that flag is a lie. It's a hologram. It's a mirage. We already got enough mirages. We already got enough mirages. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even know what's the issue going on. Black Free Thinker said, why can't the mostly white and non-FBA U.S. soccer team beat Panama? Right. I bet you they got some FBAs on there that was good at soccer. They'd take care of that real quick. You know what I'm saying? Did I win, lose, or rug? Did I read your super chat, bro? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, for all the streams I've been missing. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. You've been missed too, man. You know what I'm saying? You're right. Exactly. Michael R. Shout out to Michael R. We were all American when Jackie Robinson was whooping Hitler's master race. Then that man came home and they had him racing racehorses. Right. Right. Were we all American when there was Jim Crow and people had to use different facilities and separate but equal and all that? So I just can't get with it, man. I just can't get with it. I'm proud of being a black American. The only Americanness attached to my proudness is the fact that I'm a black American, not because I live in America, not because I live in the United States. This country ain't been anything except for a live, active, organic death trap for black Americans. And the thing is that a lot of people are not interested in making that not the case. It's still a live, active death trap for black Americans. Yeah, I ain't mad at the Black American Heritage flag. I ain't mad at that one. I'm mad at the red, white, and blue. The Francis Scott Key. You know what I'm saying? The racism associated. Look at the Francis Scott Key. You know what I'm saying? They're like the literal embedded and baked in racism into the United States. Just don't even get me started. And all that stuff ties into how like black people is proud to start using white supremacist tropes towards other black people, which is, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like all that stuff is all connected. It's all connected, man. Like I don't like it. I don't even believe in the devil or nothing like that, but it's like some soul selling to the devil type stuff. Like I can't get with it. You know what I'm saying? I can't get with it. I can't get with it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, they don't believe in that flag. That stuff go out the window if it runs into opposition of WS. I agree. Why fly it then? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, interesting. A World War II German POW detained in Texas was appalled at how black Americans were treating, and he was fighting for Charlie Chaplin stash dude. Right. It's mad stories like that out there, bro. It's mad stories out there like that. Like assimilation is packaged in many different ways, and there's many different salesmen for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just put it like that.
This is work that I am working closely on to ensure that we do not only get the funds but that District 6, now it's in District 6, that the Coliseum is going to be developed. Let's be clear that for decades, many politicians and electeds have come and gone, investors have come and gone, and nothing has been developed here. And so in order for the city to create new monies so that we can stop taxing our property owners, but instead create new monies to provide for us the basic services, that's what we need to do, and that's the goal. And so with that being said, I am very optimistic. You should be hearing some updates pretty soon, but I will do everything in my power to ensure those resources are invested when we receive them into critical public safety strategies.
You will meet that deadline.
Well, it's negotiation. It's negotiation.
So yeah, they trying to get her up out the paint, and now she got these charges. Now we got some real ratchet activity going on here. Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess what kind of crime? Some human trafficking. And shout out to everybody that's watching. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit the bell. I think, if you ask me, I think that the best things that that we have done in the United States are things that we've done independently. I don't think that there's a lot of co-ed accomplishments that are really things that are benefiting us currently. What do you guys think? I don't think that there's a lot of co-ed accomplishments that are benefiting us currently. I don't feel the need to be accepted and enveloped in a damn American flag. It just I like, to me, like I said this long time ago, that there's like all these multifaceted efforts to establish a mind state of Black people accepting a minimum level of racism, and being associated with, like, thinking that the American flag is something to rally around is definitely part of that agenda. Definitely part of that agenda. As much as people talk about they Black American, a lot of times when I hear like this Black American stuff on YouTube, I question how Black American are the people in the comment section and the YouTubers that claim that they're Black Americans. Let me ask y'all this, to the people in my comment section. Did y'all parents, or none of y'all parents or grandparents, ever associated the American flag with racism or white nationalism or white supremacy? None of them. You never was driving through a neighborhood with your parents and like they'd be like, look at all these American flags. These people racist as hell over there. They never said that. How many families used to say that kind of stuff? Because I'll be 100% honest with you. Mine did. You know what I'm saying? Mine for sure did. I know my dad used to joke all the time about how racist Hulk Hogan probably was, simply because of that "I'm an American" song. I never grew up with a indoctrination of a need to be accepted by American society. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a self-hater. Shout out to Blue Electric. Blue Electric said mine said it about the Confederate flag mostly. Mine said it about the Confederate flag and the black flag, or not the black flag, the Confederate flag and the American flag equally. Now that could be right, because I'm from the north, right? So but it don't matter. In the sticks, man, all these people got Confederate flags. They all got Confederate flags. You see, a lot of times you will see a Confederate flag and an American flag in the same yard. You know what I'm saying? Man, my dad would always be talking crazy about 4th of July. That ain't nothing but a massacre celebration. Yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm about to be American, and I'm about to eat my, you know what I'm saying? Put some Heinz ketchup on my American hamburger and barbecue outside with my American flag. What? Next thing, bro, 2021 come, black people gonna be burning crosses and put sheets on their head talking about that's the culture. You know what I'm saying? People got it, like, at some point, man, when people see that the train is veering off the tracks, somebody got to be like, yo, we got to get this bad boy back on the tracks. We got to get this bad boy back on the tracks. You know what I'm saying?
Investigators with the Department of Homeland Security are now investigating an alleged forced labor ring in Collin County. Police in Princeton, east of McKinney, say women there were forced to sleep on the floor of a rented home, and police have evidence that the scheme may be far-reaching, involving upwards of 100 people. The lawyer for one of the four suspects denies his client's involvement in any trafficking. Fox 4's David Santendry has the update for us tonight. David.
Right, facts. Shout out to the Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said there's a reason they focus on the coast and the South and not the Midwest when it comes to Black Americans. And I'm telling you, because when it comes to there's a huge amount of Black Americans in the Midwest, and the Midwest is big. It's a large region. There's different regions of the Midwest. Like, I'm from the Steel Belt. Then you got other regions like Kansas and Missouri. That's like South. You know what I'm saying? That's facts. And this is what I'd be like, yo, man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've said before, I've never been really around like a large concentration of non-Black Americans. All the 90% of the Black people that I've ever been around are Black Americans. And that's why when I be looking at YouTube and I be seeing certain stuff like, what are they talking about? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Great Lakes Black folks are weird, different for real. I'm a Great Lakes Black folk. Big difference between brothers in Syracuse and brothers in Buffalo. I agree. Shout out to my man Moxie approved. My man Moxie approved from Buffalo. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like, it just I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, I don't know. But it's just you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Certain people just carry certain levels of realness and authenticity, and other people you just be kind of like, yeah, Western NY, Western PA. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I'd be like, okay, all right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, in a press release, Princeton Police Department said that these victims were forced to work for that suspect and his, quote, programming shell companies. But the attorney for that suspect reached out to us, and he says that he has not seen any evidence that they were forced into any sort of work.
It doesn't sound like human trafficking.
Attorney Jeremy Rosenthal is stating the case of his client, Santosh Kachkori, an accused leader of a human labor trafficking operation in the Collin County city of Princeton.
Hey, check out anybody that's around and available to do this. What are the demographics of Collin County, Princeton? Shout out to Michael R. Michael R said Western PA keeps it real as penitentiary still. Yeah, facts. Like I said, bro, I used to live in Youngstown, so I'll be back and forth to Western PA. Western PA, cool. Pittsburgh, cool. You know what I'm saying? Pittsburgh, definitely cool. For the most part, when it comes to the Steel Belt sector of the Midwest, like I said, it's not a lot of difference, really, for real. Like, it's all them cities, Detroit, Buffalo, Syracuse, New York, you know what I'm saying? Pittsburgh, Cleveland, all the little surrounding cities in Ohio. St. Louis. St. Louis got some southern accents, but you know what I'm saying? For the most part, they real similar cities. Like, you could easily adjust anywhere where you went. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that other places though. Like, you go to New York City, that's like going, if you're from the Midwest and you go to New York City, that's literally like going to a different country. If you go into Toronto, if you're from the Midwest, going to Toronto is more easily adaptable than going to New York City. For real, for real. If somebody dropped you off in Toronto, you would still think that you was in the United States. If somebody dropped you off in New York City, it will be totally foreign to you. Totally foreign. Completely different culture. You'll be like, yo, where am I at? You know what I'm saying? What is going on here? I'm dead serious.
And other areas of North Texas.
I haven't seen any evidence of it.
Kat Corey is one of 4 people charged by Princeton Police Department. Investigators say 15 women were found inside his rental home in Princeton in March. Police just released details this week.
See, look at that. There you go. Look at the demographics in this area where all this stuff is going down at. Demographics. (69.8% white, Hispanics 29.8%, Black or African American 15.9%. Is anybody surprised? Yeah, Toronto is absolutely a Great Lake city. Toronto is absolutely a Great Lake city. I would agree with that 100%. I mean, literally, it's right off the Great Lake. It's right in Ontario. You know what I'm saying? Right across Erie. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tia. Make sure y'all show Tia some love. She's the 4th stream sponsor. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Tia for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Yeah, see, shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick said, I agree. I've been to Toronto and I hate NYC. Been there a few times for work. I'll never go on my own. Yeah. Yeah, Toronto is I mean, for the most part, it's like an unofficial Midwest. It's an unofficial steel belt city, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? You will have more. You will have people from Detroit, people from Cleveland, Buffalo, St. Louis, Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying? You will be more at home in Toronto than you would be if you moved to New York City. Real talk.
According to an arrest affidavit, a pest control employee came to treat bed bugs. The technician told police that once inside, he saw 3 to 5 young females sleeping on the floors of each room, and the only furniture was folding tables and 1 air mattress.
He wasn't arrested for bad living conditions. He wasn't arrested for being mean to people. He was arrested for human trafficking.
I don't know why somebody would compare Toronto, and there's nothing like New York City. New York City is not comparable to most other cities. Like, I don't know why people do that. There's literally like possibly New York might be comparable somewhat to Miami. I've never been to LA, so I can't really say about LA. But New York is its own unique city and culture. No, I'm not dissing New York, bro. I'm just saying it's unique and different. Somebody from the Midwest that would move to New York, it'll be a complete culture shock to them. I'm telling you, I was in complete culture shock when I went to New York. Complete culture shock. Complete culture shock. Like I had went to a different country. I went to Detroit, no culture shock. You know what I'm saying? DMV, Silver Springs, Maryland, Newport News, no culture shock. You know what I'm saying? New York, oh yeah. New York is its own unique entity. It's just different. Not in a bad way. It's just different. To say, like, I would say that like the Southwest is different too. Anybody, like, I'm used to woods, you know what I'm saying? Grass, fields and stuff like that. Lawns. If you go to the Southwest, like Nevada and Arizona, there's literally no grass. There's no grass. Like, I'm not used to no grass. Like, that's some weird. It's weird to drive miles on the highway and there's no grass, and all it is just cactuses and stuff. Like, that's weird if you've ever been around forest and woods and stuff like that. Seeing that as a landscape is strange. It's a little bit of a culture shock. Like, it's a visual culture shock. going and it's just rocks in the front yard instead of grass. You're not used to that. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. It's in a lot of different places in the United States. It's for real, like just really different. I accidentally went to the Bronx. I didn't go out and walk around and stuff like that, but I was trying to get used to the subway system, and I accidentally went to the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? I've been to Brooklyn and Manhattan and New Jersey, Newark. Yeah, Newark is culture shock. Newark, New Jersey is that's something else. That's a once that's a once in a world type of situation.
I have not seen any.
Rosenthal did not answer how Kat Corey came to know these women or what they were doing. Princeton police also did not answer those questions from Fox 4.
Human trafficking has elements of coercion, force, manipulation. None of the documents I've seen or read really lists anything like that.
According to the affidavit, the women told police Kat Corey would assist them in creating their resumes and was teaching them JavaScripting. Once they were able to obtain a job, the job would then pay Kat Corey approximately 20%. This would occur until the debt was repaid. The affidavit, however, did not explain what the debt was for. On Monday, Princeton PD told Fox 4 there was no evidence of violence.
Right. No, I agree. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. And see, this is how I want to lay this theory out here, right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said New York City's traditional Black demographic is different from the rest of the nation. It took me a while to get used to every Black person being FBA when I got to GI. Now, check this out, right? Like I said, my family is Black American. You know what I'm saying? Right? And where I grew up at is mostly Black American. Literally like all Black Americans. Like I said, like maybe one or two like non-FBA people, right? So I would immediately recognize people that's not FBA, Black American freemen or whatever. Not in a bad way. Like I ain't got no problem with them or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I just immediately recognize it because like I've never been around people for the most part that's not FBA. So like if somebody was like a Haitian or if somebody was like Jamaican, somebody from the Bahamas or somebody from Africa, I immediately recognize that you have a different culture. So, you know, I'll be curious and, you know, like we'd get into conversations and, you know what I'm saying, like we'd talk about it and they'd be like, oh, that's interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like, how could you recognize, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, because I've only literally been around other Black Americans. So when I'm around somebody that's not a Black American, like you might try to like dress like me or whatever, but you talking some crazy shit with this type of food you talking about and shit like that. Like my mom and dad ain't make no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like my grandparents didn't cook no shit like that. Like we didn't have none of this crazy ass shit to eat at Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? Like we had turkey and cranberry sauce and green beans and collard greens and shit like that. I don't know what the fuck this shit is that you got over here, but this must be something that you did in your culture. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, where you from or whatever, you know what I'm saying? To spark a conversation, you know what I'm saying? But see, like if you grow up in an area where it's a melting pot and everybody is the same, or not everybody the same, but it's a melting pot, you kind of don't have your guards up the same way. So if it's normal that everybody around you is kind of mixed into each other's culture, then it's kind of hard for you to be able to identify or discern. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said, Rob, like me, I can spot a non-FBA a mile away. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, even at lunch, you know what I'm saying? You know, like I said, my homeboy in high school was Nigerian. And his lunchbox looked way different than my lunchbox. Like, what is that coming out that brown paper bag you got? My mom ain't make me no shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? We got cold cuts and some cheese over here. What the fuck is all that? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, my grandma made it, yada, yada, yada. Oh, okay, your grandma made, what's it called? And say some shit I can't pronounce. What is that? Oh, it's this traditional stuff that we was having. Oh, okay, all right. Well, you know, that's cool. Yeah, that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? Like, how'd you know? How'd you know? Because, nigga, like, you ain't eating no peanut butter and jelly sandwich, bro. I don't know what the hell that is that you eating. You know what I'm saying? But, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you notice stuff like that. And what's hilarious about it is, like, people will be surprised. Like, how did you know? How did you? It's the same. What do you mean, how did I know? The same way that if you're Ethiopian and you go to Kenya, you would know that person is Ethiopian. What you talking about? I don't understand why people had this weird, like, how did you know? The same way if you came to the United States and there was a Russian person and a white person be like, you're Eastern European. Like, I don't understand. Like, none of this stuff is like mystical or rocket science. Like, I don't get it, man. Like, I'm telling you, YouTube and YouTube talking points, leading YouTubers, alleged thought leaders, and all of this stuff have literally ruined people's normal functioning brains more so than they already are, been ruined on their own. You know what I'm saying? Like, I be joking about the hairline forensics and all that, but like, you can spot somebody that's not FBA before the hairline. Most of the time, a lot of times, especially like with the sports jerseys and all that, you know what I'm saying? Like the fashion and all that. A lot of times they don't even know what state the teams is that they bought a jersey for. You know what I'm saying? They don't be knowing. Sometimes they might, like if it's a locality, or you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you everybody from Cleveland pretty supportive of Cleveland, you know what I'm saying, sports teams. Then we got the people that live in Cleveland that support Pittsburgh for whatever reason because they weird. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, somebody that's not FBA, like they get an Indianapolis Colts jersey and just be rocking it, and you be like, did you ever go to a Colts game? And they don't even know where Indianapolis is. You know what I'm saying? Now, I ain't saying that, you know, going in on them or calling them a name, but I'm just saying, like, this before you even get to the hairline. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't even got to go to the hairline. You already kind of, you know what I'm saying? You got that jersey on and you don't know that, like, that's a rival team. Like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, white people can tell. Listen, white people can tell the difference between them too. While we talking about hairlines, Eastern Europeans got a distinct hairline. Eastern Europeans got the what's the old boy name? The Eastern Europeans got the vampire hairline from the Addams family. but if you're a pro-black, right? If you're a pro-black, you're not looking at Eastern European people's hairlines. You're only looking to go in on other black people's hairlines. You're only looking to roast other black people's hairlines if you pro-black. So, you know what I'm saying? People wouldn't notice. You know what I'm saying? Stipe Miocic and Merkel Krokop got the same hairline. Well, I noticed that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Mike Mellis John. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, I gotta agree, bro. Most Americans can't find their state on the map. Most Americans call Puerto Rican people foreigners. Like, it just, you know what I'm saying? It's just that shit. Just that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got them weird people. You got the weird people from Ohio that like Michigan and they like Michigan State. I don't like Ohio State, but I don't like Michigan. I don't like no teams in the Big Ten. I don't like the Big Ten. I think that the Big Ten is overrated and they get embarrassed a lot of times anytime they play anybody out of conference. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we got them Michigan Wolverines fans in Ohio, bro. Yeah, absolutely. I want Michigan State to beat Ohio State. It's like, I'm not invested, but like, you just being a contrarian to be a contrarian. That's like them people that be like, I can't wait till the Steelers destroy the Browns. It's like, bro, you grew up in Cleveland your entire life. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? You grew up in Cleveland. Like, that's like the Boston Red Sox people and like the New York Yankees people that live in Ohio that be like, I can't wait to see the Indians get their ass whooped. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you sound crazy. Like, what? You know the Indians gonna get their ass whooped anyway because they garbage. You know all of our teams are going to get their asses whooped because they're garbage. Because Ohio sports legacies, all of the teams are garbage. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like it's gonna be any type of accomplishment, and you know that they about to get their asses whooped. Only the real Browns fans actually think that the Browns have a chance against the Steelers when the Steelers are like 16-0 and the Browns is like 0-12. Them diehard Browns fans really actually think that the Browns is gonna win. Like, y'all ain't never, if you ain't never seen Cleveland sports dynamics, it's a sight to see. Like, you gotta see it. You gotta see it. Literally, it don't matter how horrible the Browns are. Bro, the Browns are horrible. They've literally always been horrible. Every year we about to win the Super Bowl, though, if you ask a Browns fan. Every year we finna beat everybody. We about to tear everybody up. Every draft pick that we got is the best draft pick ever. We about to be unstoppable this year. Literally, we've been supposed to be unstoppable every year since I was 8 years old. Shout out to Michael R. Michael R said we have weird Ravens fans like that. And we got weird Ravens fans like, because you know the Ravens used to be the old Cleveland Browns. The Ravens used to be the old Cleveland Browns. So we got weird people that's like, yeah, you know, like Bill Belichick. Like, what are you talking about? Like, Cleveland hates the Ravens, bro. Because the Browns was sorry the entire time they were sorry. And then when they went and became the Ravens, literally that year they made no changes and won the Super Bowl. Their first year being an expansion team. Like, oh, Cleveland was heated. Cleveland people was heated. And then Cleveland people just went into that denial. Like, they just I'm telling you, man, like when you understand Cleveland sports dynamics, you understand a lot of other things. But anyway, Cleveland fans just went into denial and they just started saying that we're just going to say that these are the Cleveland Ravens. Like, we're just the Ravens. Like, these are just the Cleveland Browns. Like, nah, bro, these not the Cleveland Browns anymore. Like, they went to Baltimore. They're the Ravens now. Nah, these are the Cleveland Browns. This is our team. Because see, if the Ravens won a Super Bowl, then we won a Super Bowl. I was like, oh, we're doing that. Okay. No, if the Ravens won the Super Bowl, we didn't win the Super Bowl, but I'm just not gonna. Why even bother? Why even bother? Why even bother? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, I still remember Hillary reading The Raven as part of losing the Super Bowl wager. Yo, that's wild, bro. That's because the Ravens won, bro, because if you base the Ravens on how they performed as the Cleveland Browns, they should not have even made the Super Bowl. Bro, they came in and won. They shouldn't even made the playoffs. They came in and won the Super Bowl. Like, what? What was y'all doing in Cleveland that entire time?
Against the women, but it maintains this is human labor trafficking and says more victims are being identified and more than 100 people involved in this operation. Yes. And are most of those 100
so
people?
We already talked about this. We you know what I'm saying? We had this lady here with her weird haircut up on the screen. You know what I'm saying? When we talked about this human trafficking operation, we're going to take a look at this video about this human trafficking operation. Give me one second. Oh, you know what? Actually, that's the only one that I had. Okay. All right. So yeah. So check this out. This dude right here looks like Zimmerman. What's that Zimmerman dude? The jerk Zimmerman. That deleted Trayvon Martin. What's his George Zimmerman, right? This dude right here looks like George Zimmerman. All right. And he's gonna get charged now for a cold grape file. All right.
It took nearly 10 years, but Mesquite police say they have finally solved a horrific case of sexual assault. Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes. It's 9 o'clock. Jorge Post charged with that September 2014 crime. Police say he beat and raped a blind woman and left her body outside of a Mesquite home. It took help from the feds and DNA evidence to track him down. Fox 4's David Santendry live at the Dallas County Jail with a story. David.
Well, Jorge Post.
Now, I got a question for you guys. Do you all notice that when it comes to a lot of this cold files and cold cases, do you guys notice that the cold files and cold cases all seem to have a similar demographic? It seems like Black people tend to be overrepresented in the people who are wrongly convicted, and white people seem to be overrepresented in the cold case files. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and share the stream to your social media.
17 years old at the time of the sexual assault. And according to an arrest affidavit, he actually spoke with investigators who were canvassing the neighborhood the day after that assault. He lived a block away with his mother, but at the time, there was no evidence linking him as the suspect.
This lady was completely minding her own business.
In 2014, a blind woman was sexually assaulted and severely beaten.
Now, why would you sexually assault and severely beat a blind woman? Why would anybody do that? Now, check this out. Yeah, shout out to Iron Will. Black people account for over half of the exonerations. So if that's the case and there's that type of error in sentencing, what's the likelihood that there's a huge error in the statistics that are used to create racist white supremacist talking points? What's the chances that those statistics have as much of an error margin as these exonerations? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Black Spider because she can't identify him. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why is there not a lot of talk about the group of people or groups of people that are statistically overrepresented when it comes to sexual crimes and mass shootings? What do you guys think about that?
Outside a home off Moon Drive in Mesquite. According to an arrest affidavit, the woman lost consciousness and had fractures throughout her face. A sexual assault kit was completed, but no DNA matches were found. Now,
10 years is a long time.
Nearly 10 years later, police say 27-year-old Jorge Antonio Post matches.
There you go, Jorge Antonio Post. Don't he look like George Zimmerman? Dude is disgusting. This dude is a disgusting. He's a disgusting, deviant dirtbag.
Now,
10 years is a long time.
Nearly 10 years later, police say 27-year-old Jorge Antonio Post matches the DNA.
This entire department has wanted justice for the victim for a long time.
Mesquite PD says in 2022, it asked the FBI to use a new form of investigative genetic genealogy for the case. This year, it identified Post as a possible suspect, but they still needed more evidence. In April, the FBI began surveillance of Post, and they were watching him get lunch here at this taqueria. They say they observed him drinking from a Coke can, and then he threw that Coke can into a trash can and left. Then the FBI picked up that Coke can, later took it in, swabbed it for DNA evidence, and they say the DNA on that Coke can matches the DNA from the sexual assault kit in 2014. At the time of the assault, Post lived 1 block away from the crime scene, according to an affidavit. His relatives, who still live at the home, declined to talk on camera, but say he moved to Dallas a while back.
I never thought nothing like that.
Knowing that police say there's DNA evidence that he did this, what's your reaction?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Sierra Young is Post's former coworker. She says he was recently fired for aggressive behavior with a manager.
They got him.
Look, so he recently got fired for aggressive behavior with a manager. So like I be saying, with a lot of this stuff, there's patterns with this kind of behavior. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree that there's patterns with this kind of behavior, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down.
To it, whatever, he got fired, went loco, went nuts, and I ain't seen him since.
Post had a $5 million bond while in.
Oh man, man, listen, man. She's she said he went loco, man. He went nuts. I ain't seen him since. Man, listen, man. I'm telling you, bro. Look, this is another way that you most most Black American people are like baseline automatically like hilarious comedians, because like Black Americans just got swag like that. Like Black Americans be funny as hell, not even trying to be funny. You know what I'm saying? Not even trying to be funny. She said homeboy was loco. I believe it. I believe it. She probably was like, "What's wrong with him?" I believe her 110%.
And I ain't seen him since.
Oh man, that's great, man. That's great.
Fired for aggressive behavior with a manager.
They got into it, whatever. He got fired, and went loco, went nuts. And I ain't seen him since.
Post had a $5 million bond while in Mesquite jail. He has since today been transferred over to Dallas County.
That's like, shout out to the Discord. Shout out to the Discord gang, man. That's like that video. That's like that King AK-47 video that I put in the Discord. All hell broke loose at a Trump. All hell broke loose at a Trump rally. Man, it don't get no realer than that. It don't get no realer than that.
Being processed right now as we speak. When I spoke with Mesquite Police Department earlier today, they said none of this could have been possible without that help of the FBI.
All right, so there's that. All right. Now, check this out, man. These people always threatening to try to blow something up. And they wrote it down in the manifesto of why they always trying to blow something up. A lot of these people, right? A lot of these alleged lone wolves, who we know actually are not lone wolves, they have these plans to try to take out a power station. And the reason why they want to try to take out a power station is because a lot of these people, quote unquote, want to do these type of actions to start a quote unquote civil war or to start a quote unquote race war. All right. If I'm not mistaken, this happened in Baltimore, I want to say last year. All right. Now, my question for everybody watching is, how many people heard about this situation in New Jersey? Feds bust alleged plot to blow up PSE&G substations in New Jersey. Did y'all hear about this?
Now to a developing story in New Jersey. An 18-year-old man accused of plotting to blow up PSE&G substations.
Federal agents say they took him into custody after he unknowingly revealed his plan to an undercover law enforcement officer. News 4's Pat Battle has the disturbing details.
Federal authorities say this PSE&G electrical substation off Route 27 in New Brunswick was one of two that Andrew Takistov had allegedly targeted, even visiting this site with a man he recruited to help destroy it. Only that man turned out to be an undercover agent.
It was in Scout with my kid.
Boy Scouts?
Boy Scout, yeah. And he was pretty good. He's an Eagle Scout.
How do you wrap your head around this then?
I don't know. That's a big surprise, yeah.
What could have transpired to take 18-year-old Andrew Takistov from a one-time Eagle Scout to an alleged terrorist? Incomprehensible to Minesh Christian. He lives across the street from the family in this
Why do you guys think that that's incomprehensible? Got to protect, got the complexion for the protection. I mean, who would ever think that somebody that looked like this would do something so harmful, right? I don't know. I mean, it's the American way. It's the American way. Now, here goes my question. Why do more people not hear about these stories? Now, like I said, there's channels on YouTube that are specifically dedicated towards just showing nonstop 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hours of streams of Black people committing crimes. But as you guys can see, when we do these type of videos, right? A lot of people ain't really interested. Not a lot of channels on YouTube that do just long streams of, you know what I'm saying, suburban crimes. So my question is, why do you all think that that is? Now, we're going to be doing this more often, right? Now that I got a little bit of a handle on my schedule. But I'll just be curious, though. What do y'all think? I'm gonna these streams that I'm telling y'all about, I'm gonna start sharing them in the Discord so y'all see what I'm talking about. There are, like I said, there are literal channels out there that are channels just solely based on, we're just gonna stream and talk about crimes that Black people commit all day and make money on YouTube about it. There's a large amount of people, right? This is the honest truth. We're going to just keep it a buck. We're going to say what it is. There's a large amount of people that just do not want to see non-black people portrayed in a particular way. And there's people that have bought into the idea that only black people commit these kind of crimes, or only black people are the ones that do this kind of stuff. And unfortunately, sadly, right, a lot of black people have bought into that. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, oh, yeah, they have YouTube channels that show nothing but blacks getting arrested, and they be having millions of views. Facts. Facts. Now, my question for you guys is, why do you guys think that that is? Black Free Thinker says, because the refusal to humanize white people is an anathema to the subconscious definition and beastification of whiteness among black Americans. How many sirens do I get for this? Yeah, if that's facts. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says that's who they, black people haters, make them feel safe. They'll never change. We need our own. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I also, right? I also believe that there is a large amount of I think that there's a larger amount of those people who are more interested in maintaining a narrative of black degeneracy than there is of black people who are interested in actually putting together a case to combat that type of narrative. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Officer Tatum is one of them. Facts. Officer Tatum is one of them. Greg Foreman, most of the conservative content creators. When has a black conservative content creator ever made a video that made you think, it might be a good idea to vote for Trump? I've tried to find them. I've never seen them. When have you ever seen a black conservative make a video that says, I'm a black conservative and I want to present my case to black people on why being a conservative would be a good idea and how you could benefit from voting for conservative candidates in your state and local elections? When is the last time anybody seen a video that was made like that? So black conservatives clearly are not making YouTube content or social media content to try to increase the amount of black conservatives. They're not doing that, right? So clearly they're doing something else, right? So my question for you guys is, what is it that they're doing?
Brunswick neighborhood. Takeshtov's father declined to talk to News 4 when we went to the house 2 days after federal agents descended on the home where the 18-year-old allegedly concocted a plan to blow up 2 PSE&G facilities and online with an undercover law enforcement officer about his plans.
It looks more like, aspirational more than operational. But you have to go there. You have to check his home. You have to interview his friends. You have to see his online presence. These are going to be the things that to try to pick up communications and see again who put this idea in his head.
Federal authorities have been monitoring Takeshtov and his online activity for.
Why do people think that somebody put an idea in his head? What about if the kid was just a little demon spawn and had the idea in his head on his own? Why? Who would have put the idea in his head? Why does somebody have to put the idea in his head? It's just not possible that he could be just, this kid is just a bad kid. This kid is just sorry. You know what I'm saying? Right? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, no BS, but I find that it is easy to demonize black conservatives because they expose their latent white worship for all the world to see. We're supposed to be DL about that. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That's facts. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with that. If you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, Black conservatives target white people to say the quiet parts out loud to about you know what I'm saying, about things that, you know, might not really shouldn't be really for conversation, you know what I'm saying, with them, but they know that there's a market for people hearing it or listening to it, so they'll say it to them, make content for them about it, you know what I'm saying, and people get mad because it's like, why you doing that over here? Because the thing is that all that the stuff that the Black conservatives exposed, the latent white worship for the world to see, is repackaged on the other side and delivered as empowerment on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Which is why the talking points are the same. Which is why, for the most part, the politics are the same. If I'm not mistaken, I think Umar Johnson, shout out to Umar Johnson, the most requested Breakfast Club scholar, was just on Breakfast Club, and he was sitting up there talking about how, you know what I'm saying, like justifying, quote unquote, so many blacks voting for Trump and all that. You know what I'm saying? All of those nationalisms, all of that stuff is a form of conservatism. Now, the thing is that there's nothing in America for black people to conserve, but black people may feel, you know, that the idea of conservatism, right? What is it that we're conserving? The American definition of how we see ourselves, which is just rooted in anti-blackness. What good things do you ever hear pro-black say about black people? Seriously, let me know. What do they ever say that's uplifting? Women may get called queens here and there, you know what I'm saying? But if you get somebody too upset, you're gonna get called a bitch. You know what I'm saying? But besides that, what good do they ever say? Yeah, facts. Black free thinker, which is interestingly enough a form of classical liberalism. Facts. See, now we're getting into the deep. Now we're getting into the deep mind, like the deep mind screwing that has been done that most people can't handle getting unscrewed from. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call this stuff nationalism and all that, man. Like this is a joke. This is a joke. You know what I'm saying? And it's so much of a joke. That's why people don't see any progress. If you want to go about fixing a problem, you got to go about fixing the problem the right way. People try to use a Phillips screwdriver to screw in a standard screw and wonder why they can't get it in there. All isms are propaganda. Facts. Shout out to Patrick. Like, bro, I'm telling you, like, it's just crazy. And then that's how we get into, we've been doing the same content for like the last 4 years. And that's why it's like, you know what I'm saying? You get bored with this nonsense every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says, how do you think that a former Democrat, Trump, can fit in so well with the GOPs? Why do you think that white supremacists, and pro-blacks can sit down and have such intelligent conversations with each other? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to sit down here and have me a good conversation with Jared Taylor or Richard Spencer. Psych. You know what I'm saying? Even the legacy civil rights people, Malcolm X and and Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King, sitting up there talking to KKK members, like, wouldn't catch me doing it. You wouldn't even catch me talking to Vlad. let alone an actual KKK member. And it's not because I'm scared. It's because it's nothing for us to talk about. I ain't got nothing to talk about with you. A former Republican like Joe Scarborough fits in at MSNBC. Bro, facts. Facts. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said we was thinking about the same documentary. Bro, it's amazing how people just purposely, like, I'm just going to ignore this. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to just ignore all of these inconsistencies. And then when stuff don't go right, I'm going to ask myself, well, why didn't stuff go right? Like, you cannot have both. Shout out to Michael R. Michael R said, yo, if Vlad calls, do it. Grow the channel. Bro, the channel will not grow in the direction that I want to if I go to DJ Vlad. You know what I'm saying? The channel will not grow in the way that I want it to grow if I go to DJ Vlad. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go to DJ Vlad. I don't like DJ Vlad. You know what I'm saying? There's literally nothing for me and DJ Vlad. So now if DJ Vlad ever said he wanted to fight, like, we could do that. We could do that. I don't know where it would happen at. I don't know how it would go down at, but if he was like, man, and you know what I'm saying, if Black Light wanted to fight me, you know what I'm saying, blah, 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 that we could meet up at a neutral location and stream it. Yeah, let's for sure. Bet. But as far as a conversation, nah, I ain't got nothing to say, man. You a weirdo, bro. You a weirdo, you a clown, you a coward. You know what I'm saying? Somebody say something about your cultural cheapness. You want to call somebody anti-Semitic. But you want to just sit there and make falsehoods about black people, and that's just perfectly normal and baseline. Nah, I don't think so, bro. That's not a conversation that can be had with words. That's a conversation that has to be had with opposing force. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's facts. I don't have a big three market. I do not have a big three market. And honestly, I'm not looking for the big three market. You know what I'm saying? I don't want people repeating programmed nonsensical responses to stuff in my comment section when we're talking about serious issues. I want people to give their most heartfelt thoughts about situations and not be scared to disagree with me or disagree with other people in the comment section. I don't want to have a comment section full of just mindless repetition of YouTube talking points. You know what I'm saying? I don't have that big three market. You know what I'm saying?
Months, U.S. Attorney for New Jersey Philip Selinger saying in a statement that, quote, his post referenced Adolf Hitler, encouraged violence against Black and Jewish communities, praised mass shooters, and discussed causing death and destruction on a large scale.
So again, do y'all see this, man? Do y'all see this? The Black Free Thinker said I was taking a shot at Tucker's quote-unquote black friend. Tucker got a lot of black friends. They got a lot of black friends over there, man. They got a lot of black friends over there. A lot of black friends. A lot of people like Cornel West be over there. You know what I'm saying?
Federal authorities have been monitoring Takishov and his online activity for months. U.S. Attorney for New Jersey Philip Selinger saying in a statement that, quote,
look at this. This complaint alleges that the defendant's post referenced Adolf Hitler and encouraged violence against Black and J communities, praised mass shooters, and discussed causing death and destruction on a large scale. Nobody sees this as a patterned issue. Nobody sees this as a potential Peyton Gendron issue. This is a young white male problem. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. This is a young white male problem, and these young white males that feel this way will grow up and in many cases be people's employers or be people's landlords. How do people feel about that? How do people feel about that? Why is there not a concerted effort to do a statistical analysis on these particular demographic of crimes to start saying, hey, this is a problem? You know what I mean?
His post referenced Adolf Hitler, encouraged violence against Black and Jewish communities, praised mass shooters, and discussed causing death and destruction on a large scale.
It is chilling. And also the element here that struck me is that he wanted to attack critical infrastructure. And typically, what these recruits who are new to this type of an effort, they want to go shoot somebody. They want to plant a bomb, that type of thing. To attack critical infrastructure is usually more of a institutional perspective.
Takishtov was arrested at Newark Liberty International Airport, reportedly on his way to Paris, then on to Ukraine, and eventually to Russia, where federal agents say he planned to hook up with a Nazi military group for more training.
He was going to go to... Now, again, why are we not hearing about this? Why is it that these people that commit these type of... Now, let me ask you guys this question. When is the last time you all have heard about some Black kids being involved in a crime like this, or plotting or planning a crime like this? And why is this name not all over everybody's, timelines and Twitter and family conversations? People talking about this in the drive-through line where they're getting something to eat. He clearly had a very, very elaborate plan laid out. Why do you think that they're not talking about this on Fox? Why are they not talking about this on Fox? Why is Dr. Rashad Ritchie not talking about this? You know, Dr. Rashad Ritchie really likes to eat off of that Karen outrage. All the Karen economy, nobody talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Quote, his post referenced Adolf Hitler, encouraged violence against Black and Jewish communities, praised mass shooters, and discussed causing death and destruction on a large...
Right. Look, this is what's crazy. Shout out to Terrence. Terrence said he's training with Nazis in Russia. I thought that's why Russia was in Ukraine, because of Nazis. Bro, it's literally part of their culture. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're in South America. Now they're coming through the United States to the southern border. The United States made ways for them during Operation Paperclip. Bro, they love these people. They love these people. You know what I'm saying? They love these people. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching, man. I really appreciate you guys being here. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell.
Scale.
It is chilling. And also the element here that struck me is that he wanted to attack critical infrastructure. And typically, what these recruits who are new to this type of an effort, they want to go shoot somebody. They want to plant a bomb. That's tactical is usually more of a...
Takishtov was arrested at Newark Liberty International Airport, reportedly on his way to Paris, then on to Ukraine, and eventually to Russia, where federal agents say he planned to hook up with a Nazi military group for more training. Now, let me ask you guys this. When it comes to these people, right, why are they always hooking up with Nazi groups? There's no shortage of Nazis and Nazi groups that they're always hooking up. You know, they're never looking to hook up with like any type of, all lives matter, sarcastic, all lives matter, quote unquote, liberation, like justice groups. They're never looking to radically be a white savior of people around the entire world, saving people from white supremacy. They're not trying to be a radical white savior like John Brown. Like that never happens. They always had the same destination. Does anybody notice that? They always have the same destination. Why do they always have the same destination? And shout out to this Indian guy. I think that there's a lot of people that are Indian that should hear this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. You're darker than a lot of the Black American people who are in my comment section, and yet you look at Black people like you're crazy. I don't know if you were aware of that, but I just want to remind you. Shout out to melanated brothers like you and Vivek Ramaswamy.
I'm just saying. It's not because the color. We don't have a problem with the people because of the color of their skin. These people are all hypocrites, and they need to be roasted and flamed and intellectually crushed. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, the plague of nonsensical thought process must end one way or another. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Anytime anybody sees somebody like him, he should always be reminded that there's black people that he's darker than. Not because black people have any type of issue with our skin color or our melanation or anything like that, but just because you're so weird about it, you need to be reminded that you're darker than a lot of black people. And I don't know like what that does for your side. Like, it don't do nothing for us. We're black. We love ourselves. We accept ourselves. We see ourselves for who we are. But you hate yourself. And you hate yourself because of how similar you look to us. So twin, my brother, let me just remind you what you look like. See, like, if you ask me, that's how people should deal with people. You don't have to do like the all lives matter type thing and be like, oh, you know, if they not white, you know what I'm saying, that they gotta be black, they on our side. Not necessarily. You know what I'm saying? You gotta sometimes you gotta elbow people a little bit. You gotta give them a little gut check. Sometimes it don't have to be a little gut check. Sometimes a big gut check. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you might give them a little liver shot. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, a lot of them all believe what they hear. They think they're getting it from legitimate news sources and academic studies and all of that. You know what I'm saying? They believe what they hear. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, because the other side's little more the secular version of the old school colonizer Christian missionary. Facts. And I always ask that question about the word missionary. What is the mission? When it comes to the missionary, what's the mission? Missionary is a missionary is a sex position too. You know what I'm saying? White people went around the world and did missionary. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, you have to have conversations of what does quote unquote getting effed over actually mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, this stuff don't be coming from nowhere. And people know it don't come from nowhere. But we live in a reality. We live in a reality where people actively deny reality. That's got to stop. And that right there, that right there is the real reason why you see all of the people who are against the quote unquote red pill movements. People shouldn't be against the red pill movement. They should be against the false prophets of the red pill movement. Red pill simply means to see reality as it actually is, not how it's presented and propagandized to you. That's literally that's it when it comes to red pill. That's all red pill means. But red pill has been remixed, and if you watch my videos, you'll notice red pill has been remixed into a form of I'm W and I say so, and pseudoscientific statistical manipulation. Because it's been allowed to get out of control like that, people who don't want you to see reality will go around attacking clowns at the circus and saying that these are the real people. Fresh and Fit, if you understand what red pill actually is, Fresh and Fit not red pill, but everybody calls them red pill. None of these people are if you want to get married, you're not really red pill. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like it, but the goofies and the false reality of people have been made the standard by people who want to exploit it. You know what I'm saying? And then so when you're goofy, you're gonna have people making videos about your goofiness. You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. Yeah. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Dinesh's people are from, I think that's Goa, which was under Portuguese domination for centuries. Does that make things make sense now? Layers of generational WF mine Efri and his family tree. Yeah. WS people going around the world, they literally, now I want people to understand the long-term strategy that they did. They've literally laid the groundwork they've literally laid the groundwork for what's going on today. Like literally none of these people that are coming to the country are actually immigrants. They're not actually like ideologically different than your average everyday whites. They just look different. They're just machines. They're just machines. They've programmed all these machines all around the world. And now they're all coming here. And it makes it easy for them to come here. Like they had the same basic operating system. You know what I'm saying? And people spent decades moving goofy, you know what I'm saying, believing that these people somehow have stuff in common with us and that they see the people that we see as a threat. And all they did was played people and used what we had going on to make it easier for them to import their machines here. People should really look at themselves in the mirror and look at the damage that they caused themselves and say, damn, we didn't do things right. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton said they went around the world mapping it out and renaming things. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, Rob, this YouTuber was at a college campus asking students what race they would change into if they could. The Asians and Indians said, they all said white. Every black said, I wouldn't change my race. Yeah, I wouldn't change my race. I'm cool with I wouldn't change anything about myself. I've learned how to win with the deck of cards that I was dealt, so I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I don't want to change anything about myself. I want to change external things about myself. Like it'd be nice to change my bank account into having like $100 billion. Like that'd be nice. But as far as like changing my race or my height or like I ain't changing nothing, man. I'm good. Me being me has done, you know what I'm saying? It's done pretty well for me. I'm not mad about it.
Just the thing that, that's kind of a mindset is there. Yes, crazy.
At such a young age.
Such a very young age, yeah. I mean, I feel for his parents, yeah.
A PSE&G spokesperson says, of course, the utility.
I want you guys to pay very close attention. The dark guy right here. Shout out to the dark guy. Tall. Shout out to tall, dark, and handsome right here. Shout out to tall, dark, and handsome right here. He didn't mention anything about the racism associated with that because he feels the same way. Him, Abba and Preach, Fresh and Fit. You know what I'm saying? You know the usual bunch.
His parents, yeah.
A PSE&G spokesperson says, of course, the utility takes security and protection very seriously and that they were actively engaged with the FBI, adding that the majority of its electrical substations have redundancies built in the event that something like that happens and that its staff is highly trained and prepared to address any potential impact. In New Brunswick, I'm Pat Battle, News 4 New York.
Yeah, so that's something that you would think would have made national news. That's a pretty damn important story. Not worth talking about, though. You know what I'm saying? It's not worth talking about. Now, let me ask you guys this question, and we know the answer. Who creates the worth on what things are worth talking about versus what aren't? Who creates the value for that?
Hey, thanks. We'll see you in a few. Well, tonight, an LAX 18 investigates follow-up on our recent story about a former Frankfurt police detective who hopped from one job to the next, despite some incidents that raised concern about his.
How do you do that? How do you do that? That's not possible. They have checks and balances in place to stop police who are problematic from going all over the place. That's not something that they're able to do. How is he able to do this? This is something that doesn't happen. Law enforcement has been improving itself ever since Rodney King. We're constantly working on ways to hold ourselves accountable. I just don't believe it. I can't believe this. I've literally never done a story like this ever in my entire life. And now you mean to tell me that a problematic police officer was fired from one locality and got hired at another? I don't believe it. How many people believe this story? If you guys believe this story, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't believe this story, then give me a thumbs down.
Bane, thanks. We'll see you in a few. Well, tonight, an LAX 18 investigates follow-up on our recent story about a former Frankfurt police detective who hopped from one job to the next, despite some incidents that raised concerns about his tactics.
Our Lee Searcy got an update from a man who questioned what happened to a complaint he says he filed on the officer, and heard from a woman who had her own run-in with him.
Do you have a one?
No.
We showed you this encounter from last summer when Frankfurt police detective Gus Curtis forced his way into a home without a warrant while on a welfare check.
How many people heard about that? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't hear about that, give me a thumbs down. I'm pretty sure that that's not how you're supposed to do that. Right? I'm pretty sure that's not exactly how that's supposed to go.
And there was this incident just 2 weeks earlier when Curtis asked Nicholasville police to go to a man's house to assist in what he said was a, quote, criminal investigation. It turns out this was a personal matter to collect money.
So here's your two options. You give Mr. Boston $525, or you cut a check tomorrow by 5 o'clock of $525, or I'm going to Mercer County Courthouse the first thing Monday and I'm getting a warrant for you.
Before either of those, LEX 18 Investigates learned of this woman who says she was wrongly charged with felony assault by Curtis after trying to break up a bar fight in 2022. She questioned his tactics, including something he allegedly said in a recorded interview with the victim in the case.
In my face, but she was drunk too, so she wasn't really hitting me that hard.
We'll get back to that in a moment, but first, an update.
See that? Just corrupt as all hell. Just corrupt as all hell. Just corrupt as all hell. How many, there's no end to the supply of stories about this kind of stuff. I would do more and talk more about it if you know what I'm saying, if the data showed that there was an interest. But the data does not support that there's enough interest in this kind of stuff. I'm the one that's interested in it. I do these type of videos for me, because I like talking about this type of stuff, because I like to have it on record, because there's so many people that say that this kind of stuff doesn't exist, right? But as far as like actual organic audience, bro, y'all see what it is. Even the people who claim this is the kind of stuff they're looking for, they're not looking for this. They're not looking for it. It's out there. There's plenty of it out there. They're not looking for it, though. You know what I'm saying?
He allegedly said in a recorded interview with the victim in the case.
In my face, but she was drunk too, so she wasn't really hitting me that hard.
We'll get back to that in a moment, but first, an update from the man in that Nicholasville incident. He filed this complaint with Frankfurt police soon after the incident last summer and says a captain in internal affairs told him nothing would be done because both he and Curtis were at fault. But he went back to them after our first story last month, and last week he received this letter from the Frankfurt police, and that the captain never received any follow-up inquiry regarding the man's conversation and concerns.
Now, how does that work? Now, do you guys notice there's a pattern of when it comes to a lot of these police officers getting complaints filed on them, there's a pattern that there's literally never, ever, ever any follow-up. Ever. How many people remember Officer Stephen Q? If you guys remember Officer Stephen Q, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't remember Officer Stephen Q, then give me a thumbs down. No follow-up on him. There's never any type of follow-up on these corrupt police officers. We literally see exactly why these things fall through the way that they do. It's not a mystery. It's not a mystery.
But it's not like they didn't know about the incident.
Here's an email from that Frankfurt police captain asking Nicholasville police for more information about the encounter. As we reported, there was no record that we could find of any internal investigations into either of these two incidents. We'd like to know why.
The police chief referred us to city leaders, and that's exactly where we went well over a week ago. I had hoped to sit down with the city attorney and city manager to ask them about the police department's policies for turning over information to the Kentucky Law Enforcement Council, who is supposed to be notified when there are serious issues with officers.
There was nothing about the two incidents that we've looked into, and I'm just kind of wondering, you as the city manager and the city attorney, is that concerning to you?
They asked for more time to consider our request. I mentioned this email I received from Frankfurt City Commissioner Kyle Thompson about the...
They are literally not going to do anything about this. They're not going to do anything about this. Now, yeah, I actually agree with that. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, that's not true, Rob. Let them mess with the nano hats. Yeah, that's facts. Something that absolutely happened then. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But this is interesting though. It's the same process and the same failure all the time, every single time. How does a pattern like that get established, y'all? How does a pattern like that get established? Somebody make that make sense. We gotta make that make sense. People don't have to answer. We got to get the answers. We got to get the answers. If we don't get the answers, this kind of stuff will continue to happen. Just like we've seen it continue to happen. None of the, I don't know why people make this big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like all this crazy stuff has changed since George Floyd. Nothing has changed. Nothing's changed. We got new content to talk about. That's the only thing that's changed. You know what I'm saying?
Gus Curtis situation. He said in part, to his knowledge, no investigation or request for discipline was ever brought before the city of Frankfurt.
As a city, I'm kind of surprised that you all were not made aware. I mean, there will be people who tell you that the body cam footage pretty much speaks for itself.
We will take a look at all of that and see what we can get back to you guys.
We never sat down with them. Instead, they directed us to an attorney with the Kentucky League of Cities, who said in part, there were no pending issues requiring a report to KLEC at the time that Curtis voluntarily left his employment with Frankfurt PD. Which brings us back to Natalie Cleveland, who says she had her own run-in with Gus Curtis.
That's part of the reason why people don't complain.
Natalie Cleveland says Curtis charged her and her sister with felony assault.
I never had a warrant for my arrest. Or anything like that. He arrested me right there on the spot in front of my job.
Natalie Cleveland says that's her on the left, with her sister there on the right, trying to break up a bar fight back in 2022. Curtis charged them with felony assault until the case was dismissed without prejudice.
He types that I did this, I strangled her, I stomped her out. He puts all of that in there. And I'm like, where did you get that from? I literally asked him, why are you lying?
Cleveland questioned Curtis's tactics, saying he opened his own investigation on the incident after the alleged victim, according to court records, contacted him about the incident.
I think that what he should have done was what police protocol is to have her come in to file a complaint, or a uniform officer go to her to file a complaint, and then it go through those proper channels, but that never occurred.
LEX 18 obtained a taped interview Curtis did with the woman. Listen as he questions her and appears to tell her not to say something.
Was there any other places applied? Chest, face?
Well, yeah, my chest too, and my face. But she was drunk too, so she wasn't really hitting me that hard.
Neck.
He's still like coaching her by giving her the answers to his questions.
Why did this idiot think that that wouldn't get picked up on the audio? Why did he think that wouldn't get picked up on the recording? Like, you're literally being recorded. You're literally being recorded, and you said, shh, don't say anything, so that people couldn't hear you on the recording. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says police always mess with poor W's, but poor W's have been conditioned to fear anything which is diametrically opposed to the status quo of the American ethno-state. Ironic, yep. And since they want to be robots, they should remain robots. They should remain robots. You know what I'm saying?
first.
Moving forward, Cleveland hopes the police department takes a close look at how it handles citizen complaints and concerns about officers.
I want there to be like real.
What is this down here? They talking about chocolate pasta. Now we talking about CRIMECAST, but I'm actually curious. I need to see this chocolate pasta because it's just how do you do chocolate pasta? I don't even want to look at that because it's gonna make my stomach hurt. You know what I'm saying? The chocolate pasta will make my stomach hurt. Let me see. We got other stuff that we could talk about. More police officers. Because these are the people that are supposed to be protecting us all, right? These are the people that are supposed to be protecting us all. Somebody help me. Likely to say, yeah, man. You ever been there before, Black Freethinker? The Skyline Chili? That's what that place is called, Skyline Chili. That is disgusting. Oh, God, that is disgusting. Skyline Chili, man. Sick. Ugh. Anybody who's ever had Skyline Chili? Oh, man, don't even get me started, man. I got tricked into eating some Skyline Chili way back. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to tell the story about it. We just gonna make it. We just gonna summarize the story. And here's the summary. I got tricked into eating some Skyline Chili. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't very happy. I wasn't very happy.
Dave Kinshin is live with the latest. Dave?
Yeah, these charges have raised a lot of eyebrows, especially in the policing world. What we do know, according to sources, is this officer is still currently on the job, and this is an incident that happened a year ago. This is Almont Lapeer County police officer Amanda Szymanski when she was a Ferndale police officer honored as the 2017 Mad Officer of the Year. Now she's charged with lying to investigators for saying that she was with her 15-year-old son at the time he was driving a car that crashed with an Amazon driver.
She's a liar. You know what I'm saying? She thought she was going to be able to get away with her lies because she's in law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? And then it got revealed that she was being a liar. What's that? What? The Skyline Chili? I don't like anything. I don't like anything about it. Chili don't have any business, you know what I'm saying, being anywhere near spaghetti. Like it's just the entire thing is just wrong. It's 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 just wrong. I don't. As far as Cincy being a foodie city though, like I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. I only been to Cincinnati one time in my life. And I can't remember really eating anything. And honestly, bro, like I'm from Ohio and like I don't know anything. Like I don't know any type of like local Cincinnati food. Like I've never heard anything like Cincinnati is known for this. The only thing that I know Cincinnati is known for is racist people in the KKK. You know what I'm saying? I don't in Kings Island, you know what I'm saying? I don't know anything else about Cincinnati. And honestly, man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Cincinnati, that's like southwestern Ohio. Well, it's not even really for real considered Ohio. Like it's really more considered Kentucky. Then people got southern accents down there. They not like us, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just all kind of issues with Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? Cincinnati. When it comes to Cincinnati versus Northeast Ohio, it's a lot of not like us type issues. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really know. One thing I do know about Cincinnati, though, some of they like high school basketball teams, the high school sports teams, they got some real good teams as far as like, you know what I'm saying, putting out collegiate athletes. But other than that, I don't know. Yeah, once you go to Columbus and below in Ohio, people start having southern accents. Like the southern accents start there. You know what I'm saying? If you go anything above Columbus, for the most part, you either gonna sound like me or Cat Williams. For the most part, if you from above Columbus, You're either gonna there's two Ohio accents. You either gonna sound like me, or you're gonna sound like Cat Williams in Busy Bone. Those are the two. Those are the two other Ohio accents. You're gonna either have just a complete actual Southern accent, or you're gonna sound like Cat Williams and Busy Bone.
Fox 2's Dave Kinchin is live with the latest. Dave?
Yeah, these charges have raised a lot of eyebrows, especially in the policing world. What we do know, according to sources, is this officer is still currently on the job. This is an incident that happened a year ago.
Black Freethinker said, I noticed that when I was there. It's like a junction of accents. You'll hear the nasally of the Great Lakes and the draw of the Ohio River Valley. Yeah, that's more like the Ohio River Valley. That's more like that's more like around down there by like West Virginia, like that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? that's like that dynamic. But yeah, like the nasally, like the Great Lakes and all that, that's like me. You know what I'm saying? But that draw, it's some people with that draw that's like in the north too. Zanesville, East Liverpool, yeah, that type, that area down there. I think East Palestine is down in that area for real. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember. It's been a while since I've been out that way. You know what I'm saying? We used to go to that. we used to go to Mountaineer. You know what I'm saying? We used to go to Mountaineer, and I'll buy the West Virginia lottery tickets and always lose. You know what I'm saying?
This is Almont Lapeer County police officer Amanda Szymanski when she was a Ferndale police officer honored as the 2017 Mad Officer of the Year. Now she's charged with lying to investigators for saying that she was with her 15-year-old son at the time he was driving a car that crashed with an Amazon driver, leaving with life-threatening injuries. But witnesses say
it's like three definitive ways where you can hear like an Ohio accent is when people say roof instead of saying roof, or when people say crick instead of saying creek, or if they just call carbonated beverages pop. Like those are the three telltale signs for sure that somebody is either from Ohio, Eastern Michigan, Western PA, or like, you know what I'm saying, like one of them type areas. That's how you could tell.
she was never even there.
She's been working. This just occurred about a year ago.
Jim Tiganelli heads up the Police Officers Association of Michigan and says Officer Szymanski could lose her license to be a cop if convicted of a felony. Sources tell Fox 2 Almont police bosses want her on administrative leave, but a top official in town allegedly blocked that move.
Why is that happening? You guys see the protection? Do you guys see the protection? If you guys see the protection, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't see it, then give me a thumbs down. Yeah, we say crick. I say crick. If y'all listen to it, like if I've ever, I don't really say, we don't like, I don't even talk about none of that, but because it ain't really, you know what I'm saying? I don't really be talking about that all like that. But if you guys go back and listen, like I say crick and I say roof. But I say it so fast though, you might not hear it. But I say roof like a dog. But it's supposed to be roof. But it's like weird. Like if I say roof, to me in my mind, I sound like I'm trying to slow pronunciate like a dog barking. So when you say it fast, when you say roof, like it's like you're reading. You know what I'm saying? You're actually saying a word that flows with a sentence. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, in fact, you got to love the value chain. So she's getting protected. People are trying to block her from being administratively, to going on administrative leave. Yeah, pop. You know what I'm saying? I remember, I forget where I was at. I was somewhere. And I asked them, I was like, y'all got any pop in here? They was like, they didn't know what I was talking about. I was like, pop, the kind of pop that you drink. Yeah, I think I might have been in Florida. I think I was in either Miami or Orlando. And it was like, what are you talking about? I was like, pop, beverage, carbonated. You know what I'm saying? There's like, oh, soda. You know what I'm saying? I was like, whatever, man. Where is it at? You know what I'm saying? So then, like, you just got to be like, where's the Coca-Cola at? Where the Coke at? Then you ask them where the Coke at. They try to take you around the back and sell you something. Nah, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one in the bottle. You know what I'm saying? Nah, from the deep south, bro. From Atlanta on my dad's side, and on my mom's side, on my granddad's side, on my mom's side, from Blunt, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? You know they want you to be certified nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So I got the funeral, you know, the funeral brochures and the obituaries and all that to prove it. You know, they want you certified. Everybody be talking about being certified, but don't nobody ever show their certification. You know what I'm saying? I sent TD a screenshot, you know what I'm saying, of my grandma's obituary. My grandma, Ollie Mae Foster, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But everybody be talking about being certified, though, and don't nobody ever show their certification. And then the people that ain't never shown no certification be trying to say everybody a tether. I don't understand it. Don't make no damn sense. You know what I'm saying? I always tell everybody, I'm from the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Like, it's so much stuff that people could use to counter any of those like stupid ass talking points. Like, man, what are you talking about? I'm from the Midwest. That's like somebody trying to say Nelly a tether, or trying to say that, trying to say Chingy a tether. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? Hey, make it make sense. You know?
Working. This occurred about a year ago.
Jim Tiganelli heads up the Police Officers Association of Michigan and says Officer Szymanski could lose her license to be a cop if convicted of a felony. Sources tell Fox 2 Almont police bosses want her on administrative leave, but a top official in town allegedly blocked that move. She's now scheduled to work again later this week.
In Michigan, if you are found guilty of, plead guilty to, or no contest to a felony.
See, like Motown, like people don't even know the significance. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, man, I can't. What was I about to say? Yeah, that's what, like people be like, what's some foundational Black American stuff, bro? Like, if your parents be like that person over there, a David Ruffin ninja. You know what I'm saying? Motown is like straight up, like just like straight Black American. Don't nobody on YouTube be calling people David Ruffin ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody be talking about that Billy Hathaway this Christmas. Like, come on, man. Get the hell out of here. Bro, I'm from the Midwest. Fuck out of here with that tether shit. Asking niggas is they tethers. You know if a nigga's a tether or not. And if you don't know if niggas are tethers or not, then maybe you a tether. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like that, where like when is that conversation gonna actually happen? See? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. She know what I'm or I mean, shout out to Black Spider. She know what I'm talking about with the David Ruffin shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, man, if it wasn't for Motown, we wouldn't have seen Septic Red back in the 80s. Facts. Facts. Didn't Barry Gordy executive produce The Color Purple too or something like that? Didn't he have something to do with that? Right. Facts. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Chingy is definitely not a tether. He's clearly from St. Louis. Bro, if you took Chingy's DNA, it would have the St. Louis arches all in it. Chingy is straight up St. Louis. Straight up St. Louis. Like, Anybody that try to be like, nah, you ain't from St. Louis, man, you crazy as hell. You ain't never heard Chingy talk. You know what I'm saying? Jiggy straight up from St. Louis. Like, stop it. Cut the games. This is what I'm saying too. Like, man, it's like certain accents. It's like certain accents that you can't fake either. Like, you can't be not black. You can't be like somebody that's non-black American and have like certain accents. Like the Chicago accent. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't be like, you don't have that, like, you don't have that accent. Like, these are like, you just can't have that accent. You know what I'm saying? That's another way where you could tell certain people. Right. That's like calling Mike. That's like calling Mike Jones a tether. Right. Or UGK. Like, come on, man. Like, stop it. Stop it. That's why, listen, man. This is what I'm saying about the backwards hustling and stuff, right? It's a lot of brothers. The Black Free Thinker said, which Chicago accent? The one where you sound like you from the South, but you grew up in Chicago your entire life, like Twister and Do or Die in them, and Bernie Mac. You know what I'm saying? The one when you sound like you from the one where you sound like you from down south, but you literally have lived in Chicago for 3 generations. That accent. You know what I'm saying? You be like, where you from? You know what I'm saying? You from Florida or something? Nah, I'm from the Chi. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the Chi. You know? Oh, okay. My bad. But a lot of the Black American rappers that's actually Black Americans, bro, they use their first and last names. They use their actual names as they rap alias. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, oh, the Black Chicago accent just shows how balkanized that city has always been. I didn't know it was any other accent. I didn't know like there was a white people accent that they have from Chicago. I'm sure it probably is. I just didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't know. I'm not too familiar with a bunch of white people from Chicago. I know that Blues Brothers movie was about Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. And Bill Murray from Chicago, ain't he? But I never really paid attention to Bill Murray to hear an accent or not. You know what I'm saying?
You're automatically disqualified from having Cole's Christian on Law Enforcement Standards certification. So if that was to all occur, if it becomes a misdemeanor, it's not an automatic loss of license.
Macomb County is prosecuting the case. They say the officer's teenage son left.
Right. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said most of those Chicago Black families are from Mississippi or Memphis. Yeah, facts. Hey, Indiana. Shout out to Indiana. That's the Midwest right there. You know what I'm saying? Black Free Thinker says, shoot, I was in the Etna section of Gary, Indiana. I called it Little Miss. Gary is grimy, bro. Gary is grimy as hell, man. Good luck over there. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some. Damn, why I keep calling Black Spider Black Free Thinker? Please show Black Spider some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider with the $5 super sticker.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Yeah, that's fact. Shout out to Carlton in Chicago. Hey, what's that dude's name from Memphis? The dude that was beefing with Bone. His name was like Ralph Murphy III or something like that. You know who I'm talking about? His name was like, he was from Memphis, and he was a rapper, and his name was like Ralph Murphy III or something like that. Like this dude just used his whole name as his rap name, but he has skills though. You know what I'm saying? He was dope. But yeah, man, that's one of the reasons why, like, I liked a lot of New York hip hop, but like I didn't relate to a lot of New York hip hop because like a lot of the New York hip hop, they was talking about stuff that like I didn't really relate to. Like I didn't really get with none of that shit. Like, man, what is y'all talking about, bro? Like niggas like Noriega, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, I relate to like 8 Ball and MJG, Do or Die, Twista. You know what I'm saying? Like Nas a Black American. You could tell Nas is a Black American. Now, I don't think AZ is a Black American, but AZ, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you could tell AZ was all right. Same with 50. But a lot of them and Wu-Tang, you know what I'm saying? But like a lot of them other cats though, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Daz Effects and Leaders of the New School and weird ass Busta Rhymes, shit like that. Like what is y'all talking about? I ain't relate to none of that stuff they was talking about, bro. Like most of the music that I listen to for the Midwest, for sure, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of stuff from the West Coast. Tupac was all right. A lot of people like Tupac. No disrespect to Tupac, but he had some songs that I used to really rock with, but like I just was never really like a big Tupac fan like that. And a lot of Southern stuff like Outkast, Goody Mob, like especially bro, Goody Mob, man, Nappy Roots, what? You know what I'm saying? But like a lot of the weird like New York stuff, it was always like off to me. UGK, Riding Dirty, you know what I'm saying? Like I used to listen to that. Mike Jones and them, Swisher House, you know what I'm saying? Lil Flip, undeniably a Black American, you know what I'm saying? Slim Thug. But like the New York, like a lot of the New York stuff, like I ain't really, it was kind of weird. Yeah, Goody Mob was, man, Goody Mob, the whole Outkast, Goody Mob, like lit back in the day. Cell Therapy, the Soul Food album, what? Outkast, Southern Playalistic, Cadillac Music, 8 Ball and MJG, like, man, come on, man. That's why it's so many hip-hop problems in New York. I'm trying to tell y'all, them people, like, and this is why they have a problem. I don't think that those people I think that the Black American people in New York have a issue discerning other Black American people and kind of just see a lot of people as Black, while those people that they see as Black, they might be Jamaican or they might be Haitian. They have their own identity, but they also kind of like, you know, identify as Black because American is the overarching, you know, culture, right? But when you're from the Midwest or when you're from the South and all you're around is Black Americans and white people, that shit stands out like a sore thumb. It stands out like a sore thumb. You could tell like Biggie, you know what I'm saying, not a Black American and Fabulous. Like ain't nothing against it, but like you could just tell like they just different. Ain't nothing wrong with it, like, but you could just tell though. You know what I'm saying? That's why I look at the stuff on YouTube like y'all really like for real like didn't know like some people like been delineated, like some people have been delineated living in harmony. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand, like I don't get it, man. Like I said, like I don't get a lot of this stuff. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
The scene of the crash, allegedly caused by the Amazon driver not yielding to the teen. Prosecutors say the officer showed up while off duty and told investigators she was in the same car with their son, but that was not the case, according to detectives who followed up on the probe.
This officer could be in a world.
Hey, shout out to that news anchor. He's really doing his best to try to make this story sound a lot more exciting than it is. This is a boring story. You know what I'm saying? It's not really a lot to it. It's another corrupt cop. We've seen plenty of this all over the place. We get it. You know what I'm saying? But my man is really trying to like make it seem like there's some peaks and valleys here. I'm not mad at it, man. Shout out to him.
Crap.
Retired DPD Assistant Chief Steve Dolan says police officers are held to a higher standard and have to be treated as such, meaning her job might be on the line.
If you write someone a ticket for whatever, and they go to court, and someone who's kind of astute says, wait a minute, you're writing me a ticket and you lied to the police? Your Honor, this ticket should be dismissed. I mean,
shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he adding sauce to the story. Yeah, he trying to. He trying to spice it up a little bit. I ain't mad at him. They're gonna make sure that this lady stays insulated and keeps her job and gets her a little slap on the wrist. Now, here goes the thing, right? America was made to provide built-in advantages for people like her, because people like her are the descendants of the people that created the country. And the idea is that you're supposed to create built-in advantages for your descendants. That's the idea. That's why like we were talking about earlier, it's hard for me to understand how people have a issue with generational wealth while also eagerly awaiting kicking their children out at age 18. I don't understand a lot of this. You know what I'm saying? And I think that idiocy, because that's what it is, and I think that stupidity needs to be examined. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree that needs to be examined, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that it doesn't, then give me a thumbs down, because it doesn't make sense. It's not logical. And people should not be allowed to not be logical. Really, for real, artificial intelligence wouldn't take over the world if people were logical. You know what I'm saying? But people are illogical. And you know what I'm saying? Being illogical is a very existential flaw for humanity. You know what I'm saying? Look at the groups of people that being illogical has affected. Now, imagine the entire human race doing that. Black Freethinker says, I mean, how can a J-type, no sushi punk group like the Beastie Boys blend in seamlessly with the New York scene, yet they'll say Caribbeans and Puerto Ricans don't add anything to early hip-hop? Bro, it's crazy how nobody says anything about the Beastie Boys. It's crazy. It's crazy. I've seen, like, the Beastie Boys don't they have a statue in Brooklyn, if I'm not mistaken? I think it actually got terrorized. They said it was an anti-Semitic crime or something like that. Ain't MC Search a J2? Third base? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Is MC Search a J? Is he a nano hat? If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure MC Search is a nano hat. Yeah. Yeah. Lord Jamar and them ain't got too much to say about neither of them, huh? Well, Lord Jamar was rocking with Vlad. That's the Vlad clique. So of course they ain't gonna have nothing to say about the Beastie Boys and them. You know what I'm saying? That's the Vlad clique. If they had said something crazy about the Beastie Boys, you know what I'm saying? Vlad ain't gonna rock with him, which Vlad don't rock with him anyway. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. We done figured it out. We got it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's again, when are we going to address the white privilege that black people give? When is that going to get addressed? When is the #1 scholar and all them going to actually talk about that and educate some people, get some black people together like they like to when they scream and demean us and call us all kind of names, but then put their napkin in their laps, you know what I'm saying, when they're on other platforms? Who did? The Beastie Boys? They passed away? All of them passed away? I didn't know that. Now, again, I'm not attacking the Beastie Boys. You know what I'm saying? I want people to understand that, because, you know, everything is so polarized. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I think that it's interesting about the selective scrutiny that occurs. I always ask people like, yo, What black person did Big Pun put on? The whole terror squad was Latino. And not Big Pun, but Fat Joe. And Fat Joe didn't even put Big Pun on. Fat Joe took Big Pun under his wing, but it was the Beat Nuts that actually put Big Pun on. And now who was rocking with the Beat Nuts? KRS-One was cool with all them fools, man. They from the Bronx. They was doing goofy stuff up there. You know what I'm saying? Like make it make sense. I ain't trying to be funny, man, but it's like certain Latino rappers that I don't think really got like a lot of shine and backing with a lot of other Latino rappers because they rocked with black people too hard. Like hip hop was lightweight segregated and people didn't talk about it. Now people want to talk about it because people didn't put their name on the paper. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. And this is why, like, when people had these conversations about, like, oh, you know, like, we did this and like we did. Don't be saying that we shit. If you feel so strongly about delineating, I feel the same strength about delineating, especially when we talk about some stupid ass shit that a bunch of people was doing. And I wasn't doing none of that stupid shit. Yeah, we're definitely delineating on the what people were doing type stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of self-induced stuff that occurred that if you turn around and point at it and be like, yo, this was some weird ass shit that people was doing back then, people will say that you taking away from the point that they're trying to make and that you being off code. Ain't nobody taking away from no point that anybody trying to make. People were just moving goofy. Like, I'm not saying that black Americans didn't invent hip hop because we did. But y'all was moving goofy. Working for a record company is moving goofy. All them J Hollywood people. Think about this. All the Jays made all these movies, Rosewood, Amistad, you know what I'm saying? All these movies about black history. The Jays been directly involved in employing black people with their own art. Think about how crazy that is, being employed to do your own art. For decades, right? For decades, Jays have been employing black people to do their own art. Let that marinate, all right? They would have firsthand information and the documents on who created what and what was most popular. Notice how they've made no effort to make any type of videos or movies about that. Of course they wouldn't. Why would they? Of course they wouldn't. Why would they? Now, here goes my question. Why do people not say anything about this kind of stuff? There's people that try to monopolize the conversation. But I want to know. I think a lot of these things need answers. It's a lot of goofy stuff. A lot of goofy stuff, man. A lot of weird stuff. YouTube is weird too. People on YouTube is weird. People in the comment sections is weird. People that make videos is weird. A lot of weirdos. No shortage of weirdos on social media. You know what I'm saying?
It may sound far-fetched, but that's what happens.
Now, the charge against the officer is a 2-year high court misdemeanor. The now 16-year-old son in this case was charged with failure to stop at the scene of an accident resulting in serious impairment or death. That is a 5-year felony. We're told that a judge has set, a magistrate set bond at $5,000. $5,000 personal bond for the officer. Reporting live, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
Dave, in this situation, very unusual for that officer to stay on the job. Is there any rationale on behalf of that top official that wants her to keep working?
Well, it could perhaps be that these charges came down kind of late. Now, this all happened in Lapeer County, but Lapeer County kicked the case on down to Macomb County because of a...
Bro, facts. These people are weird on YouTube. A lot of people in the comment section try to criticize a lot of people who are YouTubers that are also weird, and they have idiotic talking points that are just as dumb as the YouTubers that they try to complain about. A lot of people in the comment section are dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of stupid people in the comment section on YouTube. It's about proportional to the amount of dumb YouTubers as there are. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick says, crazy, Rob. I've been saying this for a while. Ninja should have used them to get on the beginning to make money and then broke off. Yeah, bro, I agree. They probably had clauses in there, though, like non-disclosure and intellectual property nonsense, because, you know, their cousins are lawyers, and a lot of them are also dually lawyers. You know what I'm saying? To block them from being able to make any type of value outside of, outside of working for that company, which is one of the reasons why one of the most important things that people should not be doing is working for these companies. The best idea is to become an entrepreneur so that you can write your own policy book and change it how you want. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, by the way, if you take a look at the history of basketball, the Jays were heavy on the NBA rosters back in the day. Then they went to owning the team. They know how to claim sweat equity. We don't. Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, because Dr. Claude Anderson said, what do black people produce? Sweat. How come nobody quotes that? Shout out to the pro blacks. How come the pro blacks don't quote that? They like to proudly quote all kind of unrelated Neely Fuller Jr. quotes, and you know what I'm saying? Dr. John Henrik Clark said that, and you know what I'm saying? How come they don't quote that? How come they don't quote those things that they say? They pick out these things like how they pick out the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Claude Anderson said black people produce sweat. Powernomics, convention. Go watch the video if people don't believe me. You know what I'm saying? Now, if somebody else came up and said that, you're a coon. You off code. You know what I'm saying? So is Dr. Claude Anderson a coon, or is he off code? Is Neely Fuller Jr. a coon, or is he off code? I don't think that Neely Fuller Jr., Dr. Claude Anderson, and all of these people, the intelligent, you know what I'm saying, older black people, shout out to them, much respect, you know what I'm saying? I think that they've been co-opted. I think that they've been co-opted by a younger generation of people who only using their quotes as street cred. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I read the first page of this book. I read the intro to, you know what I'm saying, Black Labor, White Wealth. You know what I'm saying? I read the back cover of you know what I'm saying, Powernomics. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Claude Anderson, yada 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 yada. How come they still alive, Dr. Claude Anderson and Neely Fuller Jr.? How come they don't collab with none of these people? How come they don't make no content about it? Shout out to Carlos from Hip Hop Cartoons. Neely Fuller Jr. actually mentioned him. I don't know if anyone else has, quote unquote, actually been mentioned. Younger people have co-opted this stuff and turned it into a badge of street cred. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said the pro-wax got mad at Gene Simmons for saying that Jays worked with power and wealth. He didn't say that blacks were lazy, but he did imply that our respective peoples worked for different goals. Right. And the pro-blacks is always the ones that, instead of setting a standard for blackness, instead of setting a standard for what like blackness and black excellence is, they're the ones that always make black excellence a parallel to achievements of other groups. So we just speak in their language when we talk. You can repeat something that a pro-black said, and a pro-black can turn around and tell you off code. You just said this stuff. You literally just said this. You just said this. What are you telling me I'm off code for? You just said this. First and foremost, I didn't say I followed your code. And second of all, you know what I'm saying? As far as you following your own code, you the one that said this. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all notice that? I agree. So I do not disagree one bit. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said pro-wax are more contra-white than pro-black in their ethos. Pro-blacks actually believe alt-right talking points. That's why they get along with people in the alt-right so much. That's why they have so much respect for them. How come nobody's ever a suspected coon? Everybody's a suspected white supremacist. Damn, they get the motherfucking grace of being suspected. The fuck is you talking about? They're not suspected. They all benefit from racism. The fuck are you talking about? There's nothing to suspect. You know what I'm saying? You go to a church, you kneel down and pray to the Europeanized version of Jesus. There's nothing to suspect. You have one of those old Victorian art pictures of the depiction of God in your home. Well, if God is allegedly the most high being, and that's who you see, and that's who you believe God is, clearly you're a supremacist. How come black people don't get the grace of being a suspected coon? Was you scared? Like, are people scared? Like, what if you just call somebody that's not a known white supremacist? What if you just call them a white supremacist? Like, I'm going to just call you a white supremacist. No one fears, like, I'm going to just call you a coon, even though you're not a coon. Why do they get the grace of being a suspected white supremacist? Why do you get any respect at all? You know what I'm saying? Seriously, I want people to seriously break that down and answer that to me. Why do white supremacists, suspected white supremacists, allegedly, get the grace of being suspected, but there's no suspected coons? There's no suspected Sambos. Everybody is just definitely a Sambo because somebody said that they was a Sambo. They don't get a trial. Why do we not get a trial? And this is in the courtroom that we built. So in the courtroom that we built, they still get a trial and still are innocent, suspected until proven guilty. And we're just a coon if somebody decides to call us a coon. What about being a suspected tether? I don't know if everybody's a tether or not. You know what I'm saying? But can people at least be suspected? Oh, nope. Only the white people. Only the white people get the grace of being suspected. Yeah, pro-black, my mother. Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay, I believe it. I believe it when I actually see it. Just like God, I believe it when I actually see it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Black Free Thinker. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Free Thinker.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar
Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, "Dear God, I think I just walked into an objective reality niche of YouTube. Suits me just fine, especially since it's not exactly the March of Dimes." Yo, bro, facts. My Twitter is at Base Reality too, bro. I'm all about actual, objective, unfiltered, factual reality, because we could beat it. We could navigate factual reality. We don't need to manipulate facts. We don't need to manipulate data. We don't need to manipulate anything. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to do that. That's why when people try to do that, it looks so stupid and sounds so dumb. And then people hit a brick wall when they come to deal with somebody like me, or think they're about to deal with somebody like me. Because, like, yeah, we got to ask this question. Shout out to Carlton. I've never heard of a suspected coon. I never heard of a suspected coon. Never heard of a suspected coon. Never. Never heard of a suspected Sambo. Never heard of a suspected tether. Who's a suspected tether? Tell me someone that's a suspected tether. So even though we're supposed to be delineating, right, there is no delineation when it comes to how Black Americans and non-Black Americans are treated in comparison to how Black people are treated. Pro-Blacks only delineate between Black people and white people. There is no non-Black delineation. You don't get the grace of being a suspected coon. But now, if you're not a coon, right? If somebody calls you a coon and you're not a coon, right? They should sue you for defamation too, because that's slander and libel, right? %13% of the population is over 50% of the exonerations. You never hear the alt-right talking about those statistics. Right? Why are the people that say suspected white supremacists scared of getting sued by white people, right? But they're not scared of getting sued by Black people calling them coons. It's not definitive that everybody's a coon. Some people just call people coons when they disagree with certain stuff. Umar Johnson to sit there and call Kanye West and Shannon Sharp coons, you know what I'm saying? Because they're in the Umar appointed Snow Bunny crisis, but at the same time, Umar is trying to shame Kanye West into helping him and trying to shame Shannon Sharp into letting him on the Club Shay Shay podcast. Shout out to Ron Tobert. So now Umar is deeming these two men as coons while saying that he wants to work with coons. But I guess they wouldn't be coons if they worked with him, though. So the definition is flexible, it's pliable, right? But if you're where does the line get drawn between what's slander and not? And why is it we're going to give white people the grace of, well, we don't want to get sued, but I don't care if I get sued by a Black person? Because I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't care who it is. Somebody, and there's people that are doing that, and we keeping track of that shit. Somebody start lying on me, I'm suing you for everything that you have. I'm making an example out of you. Shout out to Ron. What's good with it, bro? So what I want to know is, why is it, right? Why is it that there's no suspected coon? Why is it that there's no suspected tether? Why is it that there's no suspected Sambo? Why do only white supremacists get the grace of being suspected, and they get the grace of having people scared that, you know what I'm saying, they might sue? This is what I'm saying. Like, there's been a lot of different repackaging on code switchings. Somebody aggressively be code switching and really have you thinking that they fist pumping. You know what I'm saying? But if you actually look a little bit closer, it's not them fists that's pumping, it's the eyeballs bucking. They just look different.
Conflict of interest concern there, so that could be part of it as well. We looked on the website, and she's still listed on the website as an active member there, but could that change? We will certainly find out.
Fox 2.
All right, so there's that. So I mean, seriously though, see, we found ourselves down one of these rabbit holes of logic again. I want to know who's ever been called a suspected coon or a suspected, you know, a suspected Sambo. Who's been called that? And why aren't people getting the grace of being called suspected coons and suspected Sambos? I want to know why white people only get that grace. Is that another form of white privilege that black people give white people? Is that another form of the white privilege that black people give white people? Who's training, right? Who's training black people to provide white people with so much white privilege and then turn around and cry about white privilege? We need to deal with the white privilege that was created by the brutality, the disadvantages, the disenfranchisement, redlining, Jim Crow, slavery, all of that nonsense. We need to deal with the white supremacy that was created by that. The Sambo white supremacy, you know what I'm saying, that a lot of black people is upholding, that's a big problem, and we got to deal with that too. But we got to try to figure out why so many people was doing that and then turn around and sitting there saying that they're doing it in the name of tough love, or they're doing it in the name of preserving the community and yada, yada, yada. And I'm just quote unquote holding black people accountable. Have you done the accounting on those damn reparations checks yet? Because that's an accounting. You know what I'm saying? Black Freethinker says because white folks get the benefit of the doubt, while some black people are always guilty until proven innocent, which straight comes from the well of WS. Right. And now, so people who always ask the question, well, you know, we need to build our own. My question is, it seems like in cases where we build our own, there's institutional racism built into it. Why is it that when we build our own, there's institutional racism built into it? If you ask me, it's because racism is a American cultural value. If racism is an American cultural value, then that means that, you know, there's definitely a lot of racism that has crept its way into what we consider, quote unquote, our culture as well. Which is why I'm always kind of weary, again, going back to my point about the American flag and side-eyeing that American flag. Like, I'll just freely be a black, anti-black person with this American flag on, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing it for the people. Like, what? What? You know what I'm saying? You out here getting looked at like what's the old boy's name? Well, Russell Westbrook. You getting the Russell Westbrook face. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Torian. Torian says once anyone says they're against reparations, they're automatically on the radar and not as a blip on the radar. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who I hear say that they're against reparations, you're automatically a racist and a white supremacist. If you say that you're against reparations, you're literally saying that somebody should be able to harm you, and there's no recourse for committing that harm. I'm cool on somebody. As far as I'm concerned, if you're against reparations, I'm looking at you like a racist and a sociopath. You know what I'm saying? You're a racist. There's no such thing as a suspected white supremacist. You're a white supremacist. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. You want to take me to court, I'll explain exactly why in court and why you're a white supremacist, right? But what I want to know is, I want to know why there's no suspected coons. I want to know why black people don't get the benefit of being suspected. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. Yeah, I agree. Which the majority of white people are against reparations, right? So what does that make 70% of the what does that make 70% of the population? You know what I'm saying? So for me, automatic, you're yeah, I agree with you, Ron. Ops, facts. So like to me, all of that suspected white supremacists and all that stuff. Nah, you a white supremacist. Like, no. And I don't care if you try to take me to court or none of that. Like, you a white supremacist. You're against reparations. You don't think that anything was done wrong. You think that one group of people should be allowed to harm people because they're inherently somehow better. Nah, you're a white supremacist. I can prove that in court confidently. I don't care whether the judge agrees with it or not. If I can show definitions or whatever, you know what I'm saying, then it's going to go down and I'm going to win it. But what I want to know is why is it you're a coon and I say so, or you're a Sambo and I say so, you're a Tether and I say so. Like I said, when it comes to this type of stuff, you could have disagreements with certain people, and those disagreements don't even have to have nothing to do with reparations, and somebody just be like, you a coon. You don't agree with me, you a coon. You know what I'm saying? I'll show you where Umar Johnson has said egregious stuff about black people, and I'm a coon because I'm criticizing the egregious stuff that he said about black people. Well, wait a minute, though. I'm criticizing what he said about black people, but you a coon, though. What is he for saying that stuff then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is he for saying that stuff? We ain't gonna worry about that. You just need to worry about you. Then we come with the drone answers. You just need to worry about you. No, I don't need to just worry about me. Literally nobody on the planet is just worried about them. Literally nobody on the planet is like, no one on the planet is simply just worried about themselves. Everybody's either worried about their kids, they're worried about their family, they're worried about their job. They're always worried about somebody else. There's nothing wrong with worrying about somebody else. It's just some stupid shit that people have been trained to say, because people trained to say stupid shit like it's smart. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Yeah, Umar, and he ain't the only one, has said stuff that would make David Duke gasp. Everybody talk about the crime epidemic in the 90s crime bill, and Joe Biden is a racist, and the worst thing that Joe Biden did was the 96 crime bill, and then turn around and if your phone don't work, somebody call you a crackhead. Maybe my mom was smoking crack because of that 94 crime bill you was just barking about. Maybe I was born a crack baby because of that 94 crime bill you was just barking about. Brother, like the fuck out of here with this phony ass shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It couldn't happen to be that Nokia or Motorola, you know what I'm saying, or any of these companies are inferior, have inferior technology, and hire a bunch of WDEIs, right? That couldn't possibly it. The Bluetooth Motorola headset that I got that's manufactured in China don't work, and my mom sniffing crack in the 80s, allegedly, because you said so, had something to do with that. Okay. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where we at in 2024. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't do it. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Tonight at 10, a man who is on the FBI's most wanted list, maybe here in Tampa Bay. Donald Fields is his name. He's a junior. He's wanted for sex trafficking children. He's been on the run since 2022 from Missouri, but he has ties here in Tampa Bay. Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis is in our newsroom tonight with the very latest on the search for him. Genevieve.
Yeah, Ali, the FBI has started running ads on Facebook and Instagram that you might see for the capture of Donald Fields, 10 most wanted fugitives in America. And tonight, they believe he might be hiding out here. They say he should be considered armed and dangerous.
Worst case scenario, it's a nightmare.
FBI investigators in St. Louis say this man, Donald Eugene Fields Jr., is wanted for one of the most depraved crimes they've ever encountered. They say Fields offered sex with a minor girl in his care to another man in exchange for vacations, trips, and more.
Disgusting. Disgusting. How many people heard about this situation? If you guys heard about this situation, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, then give me a thumbs down. Now, why is it that these people that are so fascinated with black crime are never, ever fascinated with this kind of stuff? They are. Oh, shout out to Torian. Make sure y'all go and join Torian's Patreon. He doing an exclusive on this. Good. This is disgusting right here. He looks like a creep. He is a creep. He got the Hulk Hogan mustache. He's a real American. You know what I'm saying? He is a real American. You know? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said the world is dumping the petrodollar. This is why I'm opposed to cash payments alone. They extracted our labor and converted it into wealth, not mere money. Yeah, I'm not mad at that, bro. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. And I don't think that white people just got cash payments alone either. I think that they got the Homestead Act. I think that Dr. Claude Anderson talked about that. I think that the cash payment amount that's been calculated is absolutely what should get paid. And then in addition to that, we should get more. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that the cash payment calculation is negotiable. I think that every dollar, if not more, because the cash payment amount wasn't calculated by anybody that like has any formal training in business. So they didn't factor in net present value, time value of money, internal rate of return. They didn't factor in any of that shit because none of those people are business people. None of those people are accountants. So they didn't do the calculations properly. They didn't compound the interest, add in all the inflation. They didn't do none of that shit that was supposed to be done, right? They just came up with a figure, whatever. Figure's cool. You know what I'm saying? But we should get all of that in addition to everything else that we weren't allowed to get. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
The allegations involve cash, cars, motorcycles, Christmas presents. Injuries are a thing of value, converts this from hands-on sexual abuse into sexual trafficking.
Fields was charged with federal sex trafficking crimes in December of 2022, but federal authorities say the fugitive has been on the run since March of 2022, and they believe he could be in the Tampa area now. He has a distinctive tri-print tattoo on his right shoulder, and they say he could be working odd jobs for cash, including as a tree trimmer, and he could be pressing his luck at local casinos.
And if you're in the casino, you don't have to gamble to potentially have a really big payday. You just call the tip into 1-800-CALL-FBI, and we'll be happy to show up with a checkbook after using custody.
I spoke with Rachel Foster, the founder of the anti-trafficking organization A World Without Exploitation. She calls Fields
we're gonna start. Look, check
who
this out, man. We're gonna start using CrimeCast and talking about these videos. We're gonna start using this to try to turn some of these people in and get some of this money, this $250,000 and stuff like that. We're gonna turn all these. We're gonna turn all these bottom of the barrel piece of crap real Americans in and get some ducats out of it from the government. You could pay me ducats to be a bounty hunter, turning people like Donald Fields II in through my YouTube channel. I'll be totally down to do some stuff like that. How many of y'all would be down to do that? If y'all would be down, that would be my little side project. If y'all down to do that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all not, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, this is about to be the Donald Fields II snitch network. You know what I'm saying? Look at all these stories that we be talking about. Rewards up to $250,000. We figure out and we get enough of these people turned in for 4 successful convictions or 4 successful tips is $1 million. Right. Shout out to Ron. He better not let me see him in Philly, bro. Call that number right there. 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-FBI. Yo, win, lose, or rug. We could. They got that new airdrop thing on crypto.com, bro. We could lock up $250,000 in Crow and get them airdrops over 6 months. Yeah. Don't let me see Donald Fields II, bro. You going straight. Matter of fact, you're not even going straight to jail. I'm calling 1-800-CALL-FBI on you. And I'm not telling them, no, you got to give me the check first. Y'all aren't getting any information until I get the check. You know what I'm saying?
Is dangerous to anyone who might encounter him in the Tampa area.
And we know when there's one victim.
Ain't it a camera on every slot?
They
like,
really do not look to
you know,
just
the slot
exploit.
machines, they all electronic and stuff now. Ain't it cameras like on every single slot machine? Like the cameras are on the slot machines. Like the slot machines actually take a video feed of you. You just going around to every slot machine. I'm gonna play this one right now. Walking around with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth and a cup of some type of nasty alcohol, because people that look like that drink nasty alcohol. They don't drink good alcohol. You know what I'm saying? No alcohol is really good and you shouldn't drink, but you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff that people shouldn't do that they do anyway. But people like him drink nasty alcohol. Like they'll have a cup of whiskey. Like that's good. Like, nah, bruh. Whiskey ain't it. Whiskey is definitely not it. Even if it's Crown Royal, like Crown Royal is tolerable, but it's still just not it. You know what I'm saying? It's just not it. But he'll sit around, walking around the casino with a cup of whiskey and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. White tee. Now I'm gonna play this one today. I need that 777. Like, seriously? There's a camera looking right at you and you still walking around free. How?
1%, but they look for
this. Check this out right here. See, now I'm about to just be it. Now, see, Neely Fuller Jr. said that when black people see a white person with their last name, they need to ask them about their family history. That's what Neely Fuller Jr. said. So Rachel, wherever you at, you know what I'm saying? I need some information from you.
1%, but they look for those who are at risk. And everybody who is vulnerable in that way is potentially prey to somebody like him.
She also says having Fields on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list brings visibility and accountability, which can help empower other survivors.
It's so important that victims especially see that men like this are held accountable and do not have impunity for the harms they cause.
Men like that are rarely held accountable and have absolutely what appears to be impunity for those type of crimes. So, I mean, she just wants to reinforce a false narrative. Yeah, and I got to agree. If you guys agree with Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs down. They just not trying to catch him. They're not trying to catch his ass. They definitely not trying to catch him. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Hold on real quick. Let's see something. Now, hold on. Is this a different? Wait a minute. Okay, so you guys remember that human trafficking case that we was talking about earlier? This is actually the video that I wanted to show, and I got it mixed up with that other video. So how they ended up getting tipped off was by bed bugs. This is how disgusting these people are. And a pest control agency went to the house because of the nasty bed bugs, and it was the pest control agency that found the women sleeping in the beds. It's disgusting.
A case of bed bugs may have led police to a human trafficking ring in Princeton, northeast of Plano. Officers say they got a call from exterminators who reported seeing unusual living conditions for more than a dozen women. Andrea Lucia reports.
On a quiet street of newly constructed homes in Princeton, no one, it seems, noticed anything odd about this house. That is,
nobody ever notices anything odd about those kind of quote unquote houses. Like, and this is where all of these type of crimes go down at. No one ever notices anything odd about these places. Do you guys notice that? This is literally where all this stuff goes down at. First and foremost, if you're living in a brand new house, how do you have bed bugs? Do you know what kind of nasty, dirty conditions, not being clean forever, are required for bed bugs to start appearing in places? That's disgusting. This is a brand new house. How do a brand new house have bed bugs? Ugh.
until the bed bugs arrived. A local pest control company says it got a call to come out and treat the house. But inside here, a technician says he found 3 to 5 women sleeping on the floor of each bedroom, a large number of suitcases, and no furniture other than folding tables and an air mattress. 4 suspects have since been arrested in the investigation, all on charges of human trafficking. According to an arrest affidavit, police learned through interviews that the women were in what they believed were internships, learning JavaScripting or basic computer programming and applying for jobs. Once they got the jobs, police say the companies the women worked for would pay Santosh Katkuri and Dwarka Gunda, who would take a 20% cut of the salary.
So do y'all see what they was doing? They had these women working like this was like some advanced digital pimp type stuff. This was some advanced digital pimping. This was this was beyond Andrew Tate level pimping. This was beyond Andrew Tate level pimping. And nobody's talking about this. As much as people are fake outraged about Andrew Tate, as much as all of these women are just so upset and think that Andrew Tate is just like this, you know what I'm saying, like crazy, wild, misogynist, and despite the fact that he's racist, all the women who seem to have an issue with him never talk about his racism. They just talk about the misogyny, which is, you know what I'm saying, fascinating, right? These 4 people had women working for them, and then they just took a 20% cut like they was at a record company or something like that. Where have you even heard of something like this at? This is crazy grimy.
According to an arrest affidavit, police learned through interviews that the women were in what they believed were internships, learning JavaScripting or basic computer programming and applying for jobs. Once they got the jobs, police say the companies they worked for would pay Santosh Katkuri and Dwarka Gunda, who would take a 20% cut of the.
Right, but they call, right, shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler, right, called the cops on blacks like Elijah McClain all the time. And just like how, and just like how blacks never get the luxury of being suspected coons, just like how blacks never get the luxury of being suspected Sambos, right? Just like how we never get those luxuries are reserved for white people. Being guilty until proven guilty is a luxury that's only reserved for white people. And people like Elijah McClain and Tamir Rice die all the time at the hands of the Judge Dreads. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for supporting the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
I mean, seriously, think about it, man. They treat you just like how the cops treat you. They treat you just like how the cops treat you. You don't get to have a tribunal on whether you're a coon or a Sambo. You just automatically a Sambo. But a lawsuit and repercussions are feared. You know what I'm saying? From white supremacists. So they get the grace of being called a suspected white supremacist. What court will prove that they're a white supremacist? When do they go from being a suspected white supremacist to a validated, verified white supremacist? What's the stamp of approval process? So what does the process look like of starting out T-1, you're a suspected white supremacist, then you go through some type of what? I don't know, evaluation. Then after the evaluation, either the stamp of approval or stamp of disapproval is on there. Yes, this person has been approved as a actual white supremacist. So you go from a suspected white supremacist to an actual white supremacist, or from a suspected white supremacist to a non-practicing white supremacist at this time. None of that happens for if you're a coon or a Sambo. I want to know why not. Is it because we're black? Is it because we're black? Seriously. You're a Sambo and that's just what it is. Oh, okay. So that's my way of making myself feel better, like a white person, like I'm white and I say so. You a Sambo and I say so. Okay, got it. I got it. I feel it. I got it. I got it. I get it. You know what I'm saying? You a coon because I said so, right? Like I'm white and I say so. Got you. Okay. All right. Now this stuff's starting to make sense.
Salary.
It's very new to us too, so we're working through it. And
Lieutenant Jesus Rodriguez says it's the first time Princeton has a case like this from the Department of Homeland Security, studying laptops, phones, and fake documents seized from the house. They suspect this is part of a much larger operation with potentially 100 victims or more.
And we believe they have other homes around the area for operation as well.
So there's that. Yeah. So they human trafficking out there. You know what I'm saying? They get to go through the due process of court that was allegedly supposed to be meant for everybody, right? That's the beauty of, you know what I'm saying, being draped in that American flag. That's the beauty of being draped in that American flag, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's one of them things that is truncated, you know what I'm saying, to make the processes easier and make things go a little bit faster. I don't know what, but we in a rush. You know what I'm saying? We in a rush. A rush, you know what I'm saying? A rush to go nowhere and shit, you know what I'm saying? Man, yo, this was a really fun stream. I hope that you guys enjoyed it as much as I did because I had a great time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. Make sure that y'all show the stream sponsors some love. We had 7 stream sponsors. All right, so make sure y'all show them some love. I want to shout them out for all of their much appreciated help in funding the organization. Shout out to Janesta for being a member for 22 months. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Black Spider. Definitely appreciate it. She's always showing love and support. Shout out to my man, Win Lose Rug. I definitely appreciate it. Shout out for Tia, you know what I'm saying, for joining the membership again. Shout out to you. Definitely appreciate you, Tia, you know. Shout out to Black Spider again. Like I said, always holding it down. Definitely appreciate you. Shout out to my man, Black Free Thinker. I definitely appreciate it. And shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen always holding us down. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. All right, so don't move a muscle. Make sure y'all stay in the stream while the music is playing. It'll take you into the next stream. All right, make sure y'all hit that bell icon. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all also share the stream. I'm gonna try to do another stream like around 3:30, trying to get some more political content out of the way. I haven't put the premiere window up yet for that one, but it probably will be up like around maybe, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock. So it'll be there. So look for that. And if I don't end up getting it up, pause, you know what I'm saying? Then I'll see y'all at 12:55 tomorrow. All right. Because we got more of this stuff to talk about. Because like I said, them folks over there have been busy. And we got to make it to where, right? We got to make it to where people watch this stuff, because we gotta be able to be competitive with those channels that just stream black degeneracy all day. I'm telling you, it's mad channels on YouTube. All they do is talk about black people committing crimes all day long. That's all they do. All they do. Shout out to my man Kid Gravity for the 17 months of support. Make sure y'all show Kid Gravity some love. All they do. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hour streams just talking about, you know what I'm saying, crimes that went on in Chicago or something like that, as if that's the only state. We got to get them type of people watching, you know what I'm saying, this, so they can be in the comments like, other people commit crimes too. Then we could be like, no, they don't. You know what I'm saying? We about to gaslight y'all the way y'all be trying to gaslight us. We're going to have a gaslighting competition in this bad boy, and we're going to win it. You know what I'm saying? So that's it, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Don't move. I'll see y'all later on today. And as always,
jump out the crib, stack up my C-No this year, killing my ego this year, all for the people this year, only believe in the real, I do believe in no fear, and I got gang in this bitch, I never switch on the tribe, I keep it all the way real, I'm in control of my feels, you see my highlights, they study my real, yeah. I'm showing more love this year, running more plays, finna scale up my business this year, the world in my palm, I'm a star, I deliver my cadence, I'm spinning up chips to my peers, bringing the bread for the fam, everything good on the side, everything coming together. New whip, no leash, no key in it, they heat it. California on the plate, I'm out here playing but keep it. I pull up, she leaking, she want me for the weekend. My foot on the gas where the brakes, hate me or love me, you see me. Flex, yes, I got my foot on their neck. I'm out with a squad to the death, young nigga get to the checks. Flex, yes, got nothing to lose, it's something to prove. Young nigga come from the trench. Cuban links on my neck, tanking, freeze, smoking on dope, that diesel. Freeze, running till I miss my season, lay back, Smoking on dope, that diesel. Young nigga gone off the deep end. Running till I miss my season. I keep a stack of them blessings. I'm ballin', I'm playing callin'. A chain on me matching my smile. You know that I stay saucin'. Wrist flooded, she drowning. We good on this side. Everything coming together. New whip, no lease, no key in it. They heat it. California on the plates. I'm out here playing for keeping. I pull up, she leaking. She want me for the weekend. My foot on the gas with her brakes. Hate me or love me, you see me. Flex, yes. I got my foot on their neck. I'm out with a spot to the death. Young nigga get to the checks. Flex, yes. Got nothing to lose, it's something to prove. Young nigga come from the trench. Cuban links on my neck, changing. Freeze, smoking on dope, that diesel. Freeze, running till I miss my season. Lay back, geeky, smoking on dope, that diesel. Young nigga gone off the deep end, running till I miss my season.
Once we understand that it is through our five senses that these imprints are being made on our subconscious mind, we can then consciously begin to utilize our five senses to imprint something.